now we are checking to see if this is correct. It wasn't a moment ago. A few seconds went out on the wrong channel. But now this looks good. Yay, it's working. I'm live on the proper interwebs. Okay. Yes. The Soviet Union in this version of World War II. We are here. We are crushing pockets. We're going to take a little bit of time to... But now that we're going to be able to pocket. Well... Maybe we can. We're going to go to keep pushing there. We're going to push it there. Okay, we have 27 divisions here. Let's find a general for them. Let's remove the bottom 3 and give them over to him. There we go. That works. Now, Grosvenor clearly needs to be attacked. Now, Memel needs to be taken so that we can cut off the divisions up there.
Так точно. До приказа. До приказа.
Here we go. All right, let's see. We can.
Готов выдвигаться. Внимание! Ройс! Выходим! Слушаю! Ройс! Я готов! Готов выдвигаться! Готов выдвигаться! Выходим! Готов выдвигаться! Готов выдвигаться!
They can move there. Now, we're still over the Baltic states. Yeah, being out over the Ukraine is a good idea for them. Now, these guys, they can... Oh, well, they're hardly... What? Okay, strategic. We don't need strategic bombers. Everything that we need is we're in super short supply of. Okay, well. So our air really doesn't matter much. Let's look at our supplies and equipment. Hey, Arno. How are you doing? Production is not what it could be. Okay, yeah, we like all that stuff repaired, but let's try to get enough weapons. We can push some more factories in this direction. Oh! Generally speaking, I would say I'm well, but just emotionally I'm not. Just watching the revolution has been depressing. Okay, let's see. Well, let's look at production technologies. That's what we need to do the most. Okay, it's 43. So, production line efficiency cap, production efficiency growth. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the one because we're not going to be switching production lines around. Well, they're tearing down statues. Now, some of the statues I don't know that I really care about so much individually, but what I really sort of care about is nobody's doing anything about it. And that makes me upset. You meaning the police, the whatever. And so they're, you know, and as someone very recently posted, I think, you know, in the last few hours, a photo, and I reposted it on Twitter, and it's in Russian, but I did a quick Google Translate of it. And, you know, and I saw the year, it's like 1917 in Russia, tearing down some statues. Yet, do these, you know, does anybody really think that it's going to stop with statues? Now, maybe just because, I don't know, I'm a history nerd or something like that, I just know that... Oh, is Ari? Hey, Ari. Oh, you're good, you're here too. And so, I know that these people will start cheering the chopping of heads as well, so... Or firing squads, or whatever it might be. Well, I don't know if it does that. And I don't think most Americans really understand it, because they're still under the seeming delusion, it's black lives that matter. No, it's the revolution that's happening now is what's happening. It's no longer black lives mattering. It's revolution. There's so many useful idiots, as the term would be. So that's... Every life matters, yes. Which includes black lives, absolutely. And, you know, everybody agreed that the George Floyd shooting was wrong. But this is very quickly, I mean, within the first few days, it became an anti-Trump protest as much as anything else. And no, they didn't carry so much anti-Trump propaganda, so people might not say that. But if you showed up to protest with, carrying even a Black Lives Matter sign while wearing a Trump t-shirt, you would be physically attacked.
Выходим.
Hey, Van Bishop. Hey, spiraling over on that. Yeah, spiraling. I get the sentiment. I would suggest going out and getting a "Don't Tread on Me" flag instead. But I totally get that the Confederate flag to many is sort of a regional identification flag. And yes, that region does have slavery connections,
До приказа.
obviously. I mean, that's just super obvious. And which offends people, and I understand. And I also understand that in the sort of, oh, you're the KVD, I don't know, let's detach you. And KVD, no, you're okay. Let's detach you as well. Keep you back here. Keep the.
Слушаю.
And that flag was used as sort of as a attack at that point during the civil rights era as an attack against
Я готов.
black people. And so I get that it's offensive to people. I do. And
Брось.
you very well may wish to offend those people for various reasons. Just like I'm fed up with what's going on kind of reasons, as well as everything else. So I get that. Or you just may hate black people, but that's a different issue. I do not.
Готов.
As most of you know, I describe myself as a culturalist. And individuals are individuals. Absolutely.
Готов. Выходим.
And I always look at them as such. But large groups of people, I look at them as cultural groupings. Sometimes, yes, just about all Japanese culture people, proper Japanese culture people, are Japanese in genetics, if you will. Okay. I personally want to stay away from the term race because it's often misunderstood and misused, and people take it out of context because they hear it in somebody using it in the 19th century when they're really speaking about culture groups as much as genetics. And then you hear it in the 20th century used very much about sort of genetics in a way, but weaponized and whatnot. So I like to use genetics as a term. And so the Japanese genetic group or groups or whatever generally corresponds to the Japanese cultural groups. But I know, because growing up in California here, Japanese Americans of the Californian variety are very different than Japanese, because I've met Japanese, talked to Japanese, and I've talked to Japanese and met known Japanese Americans, and they literally walk differently as they walk down the street. When they talk, their body gestures are different. And so they are different cultural groups. And then, of course, there's another cultural group, the Hawaiian Japanese. They are much more laid back, much more influenced by the Hawaiian culture, the native. One of the few, I believe, truly native cultures around in the world are some of these islands people, that they are because all the quote-unquote Native Americans, well, I think most all of the major groups in Native American, I say I think because I don't know that we know, are the second or third wave of peoples migrating into the Americas. Because there were multiple waves of migration into the Americas prior to even the Vikings up into, well, Nova Scotia, I think they made it as far as Nova Scotia. I think we have that, but they probably made it. But settlements in like, Newfoundland and places like that, multi-generational settlements. I'm talking way prior to any of that. There were multiple waves of migrations of people that overcame one fashion or another previous peoples here, whether it was just simply conquest or intermixing. Population densities weren't too high, but they became the dominant cultural group. So native to here, and maybe another native group would be the bush people in places like Australia. But yeah, most of the world's peoples aren't quote unquote native in the sense that they want to they're just the previous occupants to the maybe more recent occupants. And in Canada, call them the first peoples. No, they're not the first peoples. And I have no idea where, like, the Eskimos fall into all of that stuff, whether they are what wave, what group. So yes, you can tell I'm a bit frustrated today. This all came about because Arno asked how I was doing. And emotionally not well. Not well, indeed. But we want to make some videos. Okay, let's continue on and we can complain about other things. Yes, I know. No, oh man, I could go on some rants today. Oh boy, yeah. But I don't know that they're productive, and I don't want to be counterproductive. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4. La Resistance DLCs, of course, with all the others included, but otherwise this is a straight game. We are playing the Soviet Union, just sort of give an update of what's going on. We created another fairly big pocket here. Don't know how many divisions this is. I don't know how many that were, in Stalingrad, but yeah, another major one. We're getting ready to, we're starting to push along the fronts and things. We're trying to create a small pocket of maybe 4 divisions there. We're going to see about, well, they're counterattacking the Romanians holding there, but we're going to see about pushing in once we get this pocket crushed and move these forces up here, maybe swinging north around through into Romania. They have to come under the hey, History Gaming and Green Goblin, how you doing? Trying to go into to finish the Soviet series. No, actually, I have something else I might play if we get this done today. Don't know if any of you would be interested, but we'll see about that. Okay, yeah, let's look at our, yeah. This is one of the major things I think is wrong with Paradox games, is the idea that we don't need ship designers, is that they don't, it's always a tabula rasa, or just about, meaning empty, blank slate. Okay, concealment, yeah, I don't think we needed these other things. We don't have enough of an air force to use that. And thank you for the raid very much so. Normally don't get that. I do appreciate it, History Gaming. Oh yes, it is sweet. And so if you haven't already, please follow my channel. And of course, follow History Gaming. So you can click on his link in the chat and go and follow over there. We do all appreciate that. We are trying to cut off into Memel here. Why aren't we advancing into Memel? Okay. We need to go quicker, faster. Okay, now here to break out. Let's punch that way and down that way and across the river there. And it is really cool that it got rated. Trust me, that's really cool. Really cool. Oh, come on. Come on, you have divisions, put them into the line. Crush the Nazi scum. Okay, well, you push there. You push down there. Keep them occupied. Now here. Let's do an armored thrust there with that infantry support. Yeah, there we go. You support that crusher there. Nope, this pocket didn't close. Damn, okay, well. Okay, good. We've got Memel, so now these tanks, put them under that general. You can attack. No, what the hell? No. I thought I got those tanks highlighted. This is so aggravating at times. Okay, close that little pocket down. Do a river crossing. Maneuver, you push here, you push there.
Внимание! Выходим!
Well, new models of anti-tank guns, which I can't produce because I don't have enough production as it is. I'm swapping over. How's the Italian part of North Africa going? Oh, good question there, Arno. Good question. I haven't looked. Okay. Well, Africa is going, I mean, it's not just North Africa. Africa is fairly Italy/Vichy. There's either probably some sort of landing there, probably by the Americans, I'm guessing. United Kingdom has sort of had a little bit of a comeback pushing there. And of course, more landings in Italy.
Что приказано? Выходим! Выходим! Слушаю!
Oh, not all of these units.
Брось!
Because they'll get better supplies once we can push in a little better. Well, they're pretty strong, so we're going to continue to try to hit them where they're weaker. Oh, like here. Yes. Okay, all of you come here. Well, all but one will be stay back there.
Слушаю!
All of you guys come here. And
Мирно!
you push there. Well, has Berlin fallen? Not yet. Berlin has not yet fallen. Luxembourg has capitulated again. Those damn Luxembourgs don't stand up for themselves, do they?
Слушаю!
Okay, come on.
Выходим!
You guys now start pushing into here.
Мирно! Выходим!
They can at least in theory get supply from the sea, but I don't think that's much of a thing. Yes, good. Okay, you're...
Брось! Слушаю! Я готов! Готов выдвигаться!
See, I'm drawing lines of advance. Now, of course,
Так точно!
these lines are... Oh, no, it's just going to... Here.
Что приказано? Брось!
There we go, that's a major breakthrough. Okay, and you're here, good. Okay,
Брось!
you guys keep moving across the river.
Выходим!
You got that pocketed, so the armor comes down there
Слушаю!
to help with a general push.
Смирно!
Now, you get to attack up that way.
Готов!
Hey, Kosato. Yeah, it's now you can see I do have a few here, sort of remnant from an earlier experiment. And I haven't killed them. There's multiple reasons I don't like it, and I'm not just explaining to you, and I know most of my longtime viewers know them, but I don't just, I guess the biggest thing is I just don't trust them. So, yeah,
Выходим! Так точно.
okay, that's planes.
Жду приказа.
Let's see if this armored thrust can work.
Верно. Так точно. Так точно.
Yes, you're gonna get that right now. You come to here, you come to here. Yeah, let me just cancel all these things because they're
Готов?
probably counterproductive now. I think there's only 2 that are left. Now, I actually do, after saying all that, like the idea of planning for, say, naval invasions or paratroop type invasions. I think that is a good mechanic. It's just a lot of this other stuff. And I will also, quite admittedly, use them for secondary theaters, you know, meaning if I really, we've already defeated Japan, or US defeated Japan. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate that. The US invaded and defeated Japan. So if I thought Japan was maybe going to be a problem, drawing some battle lines over here while micromanaging, you know, in the other side of the map, that kind of stuff, I would readily do it. And then, of course, it does change if I'm playing in a multiplayer game as well, because of various reasons for that, as you can well imagine. So yes, I will use battle planes, but I prefer
Я готов.
this style. Okay, what are there? 4 divisions right here. Okay, you attack there.
Так точно. Слушаю.
You push down right into there, counterattack that,
Брось.
and those 9 divisions start marching across to there. We want to keep that general battle plan intact, very intact.
Я готов. Брось. Так точно.
Hey, Juice Lud. Presume that's only mildly badly mispronouncing your name. Naval battles are no likes these. Inconclusive. That's mostly what's been going on with the naval in this game. This is Soviets.
Слушаю.
Put pressure there.
Жду приказа.
Put pressure there.
Я готов.
Oh, come on, you had nice battle plan stock. Or marching plans. Follow them.
Готов выдвигаться. Брось. Мирно.
Go here. You support the attack.
Готов. Слушаю. Внимание. Так точно.
Yeah, primarily it's fronts and just not optimal. Yeah. Yes, the spearheads is another part of the very much the element I don't trust. We liberate Poland. The first question Well, I want to liberate the whole world from relative freedom and economic prosperity. We're going to liberate it all into the Soviet socialist republics. You just try to take back what they just retreated from. Yeah, well, you see, to the point, like, we did some experiments and I drew some battle lines along the front, and it wants to hold weird sort of things like this. Why is it reinforcing holding these two provinces when it should be trying to consolidate its front line, even when things aren't maybe so panic bad? It's still doing stuff like that. So even, just oh no, come on, just go straight into here. I mean, and stupid things like wanting to fully encircle some of these pocket things, and I mean, there's all kinds of levels of stupidity, in my opinion, with the battle plans, but can be very key things like you go here, not sort of sticking to your spearhead advances and all of that. There's just so much that I just don't like, don't trust, don't want to use. Okay, you're going to change over here, you're going to change over there. Now, I don't want to knock people for whatever reasons they may have, and there may be some decent reasons not wanting to use or wanting to use the battle plans. Part of it, I think, just comes down to style and expectations of wanting to play, how they want to do it, and not even like a skill set or skill level, maybe I should say, thing. Okay, we're across. We now have enough personnel. Let's see if we can sort of pocket there. Use put that. Come on, people, attack. Yeah, I know I haven't drawn the battle lines, but still. Yeah, if they would more dogmatically follow things like this. Okay, these 3 attack it that way. These 4. I would be much more inclined to use them. To there. You come to here. One of you just march into there. Oh, thanks for mentioning divisions, Harry. I was asked what were my division OOBs, and instead of just trying to answer in the thing, I said I would look at them. So here, this is what I think is a reasonable infantry division, not necessarily like specific historical. I generally, and it's either the historically to like the specific to the Soviets or anything like that. I try to make historical style the sort of areas alluding to divisions, and that's somewhat there. Some of this is also partially based on what my available equipment is. So there's your basic infantry division, basic mountain division here. The few motorized sort of brigades really didn't really touch those. We have some cavalry divisions, which I added a few more horses and some support elements to it so that they're almost functional as divisions. The NKVD are just sort of internal security type units, and my armor units, maybe not well organized, but 2 brigades of medium and 3 of light tanks. armored cars and motorized infantry, along with some support equipment and paratroopers, which I don't think I have any of those, but yeah, we could. Just wanted to show that so that people could see what I'm using, why things may or may not be working well, which is to some degree, yes,
Готов выдвигаться.
what the divisions look like.
Стройсь. Слушаю. Выходим. Выходим.
Okay, you attack there.
Готов.
You support down there, which is this breakout is doing well here. You can see our tanks are really pushing. They're having to
Готов. Внимание.
defend there, but yes.
Внимание.
Okay, they're all coming to there still, so you guys go to there and go to there. And here, okay.
Готов.
Yeah, cavalry is not a bad suppressing element for sure. I just combination of laziness, have not gotten rid of the NKVD units or attached military police units to the cavalry, which I would sort of suggest would be useful if you're going to use them as suppression. I had originally intended to use them as, along with, if you, I know some of you haven't been watching the earlier segments of this series, was, you know, fortified line along the rivers here with the idea of armor and cavalry as fire brigades to try to quickly rush reinforcements to wherever the line was being broken through. At least that was the concept that we were working under for to have, and so I wanted to maintain fairly light but have maybe functional combat divisions. Okay, you're here. Well, okay, let's go with use 4 divisions go into the empty province. These 2 can attack that way, along with them. Yeah, let's just push it to there. This armor can hit that. Oh, no. Yeah, that's fine.
Внимание. Мирно. Я готов. Я готов. Жду приказника.
How is Germany still fighting? I don't know. What is there going? Yeah, battle plan. I think Gamer would love to play Gary Greaves. He's War in the Pacific. Yeah, I've watched some of that. It looks very good.
Так точно.
I just don't know how. Okay, we do have a little bit of a pocket here. Good.
Мирно.
Seems a bit slow per turn, so I don't know how good it would make. And I do know, oh, historically, the historical gamer is playing it, I believe.
Выходим.
And I just don't know how popular it would be on my channel. War in the East, I've not played. Okay, you guys get to come down here. War in the Pacific. I have played some of War in the East, and I still would want to make a sort of grand campaign series. But just with one thing and another, I haven't done so yet.
Выходим!
I probably intended to do it more than a year ago.
Ройс! Жду приказа.
The Hungarians are fighting desperately here. Why, I don't know, but they are.
Слушаю. Выходим!
Oh, it's much more than strategic command. Oh, a lot more in various ways.
Внимание!
That's not to downplay strategic command.
Так точно!
It just... And to the casual viewer, it might look
Слушаю.
that way because of counters and hexes and that kind of thing, but it really isn't.
Я готов.
Okay, good. You get to just advance into there. You guys all come down to here. You push into there.
Слушаю.
Okay, you guys can.
Я
Well,
готов.
one march to here, one just to there,
Слушаю.
one comes down to here.
Верно.
And since we have a weakened unit there, we're gonna just push. Push, 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 push. Yeah, on the Riddle channel, and I must say I really enjoy it. It doesn't matter how slow it is. May or may not be the... Yeah, no, it's... Oh, we could do some more research. It's quite honestly not so much about my ability to make more episodes, more games. I could go back to producing, releasing 4 episodes a day. It's much more along the lines of, yeah, I guess we'll just continue down this path here. Yeah, I don't know how much the Black Ice fans would like it.
Жду приказа. Выходим. Смирно.
I would think they would like it too, but
Выходим.
sometimes I don't know whether it's the lack of colorful detail or what with some of the games, that just the views have not always been there as well as much as I had thought or hoped.
Смирно. Выходим. Готов выдвигаться.
And there are some
Так точно.
great people here that would watch. I mean, anything that's sort of kind of halfway decent and reasonable just because I'm playing it. Yes, and I do appreciate those viewers. But also, if something isn't going to get reasonable views, why play it for the channel? Because I'll play things just because I want to on my own. And one of the sort of things that I have continued going for
Жду приказа.
various reasons that doesn't get a lot of views is Railway Empire. Partially I continue it just because I'm really enjoying it. Partially I'm making it because I want a bit more than maybe is, but this to be something of an educational channel and not just a war games or gaming channel, or however you want to define that. Okay, you come to here, you come to here. We're just sort of pushing deeper and deeper. And you guys come to here.
Слушаю. Готов выдвигаться.
guys come down to there. I think that would be better. Hey, Zed. What? Watching a military buildup. Oh, yes. China, yes. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. I don't know. I quite honestly don't know what China's doing. I've heard various people, and shall we say, better China watchers than I am. Talk about it. Hey, Azads, okay, we're gonna end this episode here. Not the live stream. Live stream's gonna continue. Don't go away unless you need to. But I think we will end this episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. You can also follow me over on Twitch. If you want to get notifications when I'm live and that kind of thing, you can ring the bell. But I only do it for a few channels myself, so I totally understand not wanting to ring the bell and be annoyed when you're not ready to watch things. And of course, I love hearing your comments about all kinds of topics. So please post them below. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yeah, we're going to keep with the live stream, but I just want to save this here. And I want to get Azad's opinion of something here. So please don't go away for a moment, Azad's. I know you're not necessarily interested in watching the Soviet playthrough, but let me see if I can find it fairly quickly here. Sorry for the delay, everyone. You didn't come here to watch me try to scroll through things. I know you're not seeing what I'm scrolling through, but that's fine. Maybe I can just do it by searching. There we go. I think, is that it? No, no, that isn't it. I wanted to get your opinion. If you knew of... This is dealing with India, and I'm not exactly sure that it's a YouTube channel, just give you a general idea, that I recently subscribed to, and I see if I can find it that way quickly. I think he's posting a lot. No, that isn't it. Again, sorry everyone. That's sort of why I ended the episode, because I do want to just, and we will be continuing with more Hearts of Iron soon. If I don't find it here in a moment, I will try to contact AZ at some other time with a little better prepared, but just give me another moment or two, please. Let's China Uncensored. Sure, he would be talking about what's going on, or I really hate how YouTube does some of this stuff, both as a viewer and as a person Is this the channel? Oh, he's changed his name, I believe, on here. Yeah, this channel. Make sure here. Yeah, this is the channel. He sort of changed his name, I guess, recently. Maybe why I wasn't seeing it. Azads. Can you tell me anything about that? Have you watched the channel? Do you know of it? Do you know of the guy? You know anything about it? And I'm not expecting you to know it just because it's Indian, but if you do, I would like a. Yeah. So, also, which is, do you have Discord, or I'm going to post the Discord link again here. That's easier for at least me. I don't really use Facebook. And of course, Azads, if you're being spotty, go check YouTube, because I'm also live on YouTube, and you can see the things there. On YouTube, in this, anybody can go in and if they not to copy. Paste their Discord channel if you guys want to hang out with us and see the things that are going on there as well. So I don't know Azads what about that, and if you can, if not, we'll talk some other time about what's going on in India. I know one China watcher that I pay attention to has talked that Xi Jinping is on his last legs and these are just desperate moves, and I don't quite buy that as being the main or primary. Oh good, now these guys are finally a little pocketed here. So yeah, either place you can get YouTube or Twitch if you wish. Okay, armor attack there. I would normally play much slower than I do when I play live for you guys. Okay. You cross that river to there, you cross the river to there. You come down and support them from being counterattacked. Yeah, you push there. Okay. So maybe Azads are already left. I don't know if he got that or is over on YouTube. Cool. I need to minimize that. That's good. Welcome, fellow armchair generals, to what looks like it's going to be the end of the Reich here pretty soon. They're barely holding, they're holding the outskirts of Berlin, or the Allies are on the outskirts of Berlin. No, I don't like that start. Let's stop this and start again. Hey, USA man, good to have you here. Welcome to the end of the Reich, fellow armchair generals. This is at least what I expect to happen here. This is, of course, Gamer 1745 with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4. We are playing the Soviet Union, and it looks very close to the end of this series. But if you haven't already, before we get playing, please subscribe to the channel, like the videos, you know the drill. Ring that bell if you want to get notifications when I go live, or just you don't want to be the last person to watch an episode. Okay, you guys push there. You go that way. Armor attacks here. Now that they've weakened this front considerably. No East Germany. Well, yeah, this is definitely more of what I would have liked the end of World War II to be, with the Soviet Union maybe holding out just at the original Soviet border or something. And not a okay, let's see. Armor attacks. There, because we want to try to pocket these. Attack with 2 more infantry divisions. And we'll support with a 3rd infantry division. Come on, get back in there before their counterattack. Takes that. Okay, well, you guys again work to cut them off. Okay, who do we have here? We have Japanese troops. I guess they somehow joined the Allies. Look at Discord when I can. I guess I can now. It's still up here. German screen. Oh, back on Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, let me find this out. Copy. This one. Okay, to the thanks. No. Do you have medium tank? Okay, our medium tanks. Yes, we have medium tank 2A, which we can see by creating the variant, which is a bit, 2 times or 2 levels faster armor and reliability than the main gun. This is sort of representing, at least within this game terms, what I would sort of consider the what the early T-34s later look like. Up the armor 1 sort of for the turret, and up the main gun 2 for the T-34-85 is sort of how I would do it. That's what we have, but we are, here. Well, we have enough medium tanks, but we have not enough light tanks, and well, maybe we should be, no, we're still producing a lot of factories here, so we are way bad on material. And so I don't want to produce better stuff, or less better stuff. I want to produce more cheaper stuff, quite honestly. Okay, they're going to hopefully create another pocket here. Pockets, pockets, everywhere, pockets. Support the river crossing. Message from Nationalist South Africa. King visit diplomatic status, cancel non-aggression pact. So, Nationalist South Africa. Don't quite know what that's supposed to be. That's why. Oh man, not happy with the way a lot of the stuff they do with HOI 4. It's about as wacky as Kaiserreich sometimes, I would say.
Я готов.
What are they, air supplying into here now?
Мирно.
Let's move these larger units or larger
Выходим.
stacks of units out.
Мирно. Смирно.
Yeah. Rather historical. That okay, good. We finally got this little sort of pocket thing going here.
Выходим.
And here, let's slam into those hard. They
Слушаю.
can come here. They can push into that.
Приказы. Я готов. Я готов. Внимание. Выходим.
Yeah, but oh,
Готов.
there's a lot to say about South Africa and World War II.
Так точно. Готов выдвигаться.
Well, I think some of that may be better covered in
Готов
other
выдвигаться.
videos, other things when you're playing properly modded or developed games. So we also have Mexico, which did enter the war. I don't know if they actually sent any troops. Brazil sent troops. They fought in Italy.
Мирно. Так точно.
Not too many units are escaping, just attack.
Я готов.
Okay, nice pocket up here. Let's crush it now.
Ройс. Готов. Мирно. Выходим.
Oh, come on.
Готов.
Go. Attack there. No, these guys. Here, you attack there. You guys come to here.
Слушаю.
You come to here. You advance up to there to hold the corridor open. You
Выходим.
slam there to widen the corridor. You guys attack across the river. You guys again start attacking across that river.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов.
Still, are you like flying in supplies or what the hell's going on? Why haven't you just collapsed yet?
Так точно. Ройс.
Enemy agent turned. Oh, we've sort of forgotten about playing about intelligence. Okay, that was a cool fade out. Okay, we now have free factories, probably mostly from, maybe some from building them. I was going to say capturing, but yeah, building and maybe capturing. Okay, well, what do we need? What do we need? We need anti-tank, we need artillery, we need infantry equipment. I think we need just basic infantry equipment the most. So let's come over here. Where do we have? Okay, another 5. There we go. We'll put that on. let's... Yeah, I don't really care that much about the infrastructure. Nice to have it fixed, but more looking to just simply have enough rifles for the guys and they can walk through. And yeah, I know it affects supplies and other things like that, but let's just sort of pretend that
До приказа.
our troops can actually do something useful.
Выходим! Слушаю.
Chinese operative captured. Okay. Why is China messing with us? I don't get that.
Готов. Готов
Okay, you
выдвигаться.
support that attack. You guys just simply attack there.
Готов. Внимание.
I guess you can. Oh good, we're across the river and their front has collapsed. Okay. Armor. Okay, autosave. Pause. Just maybe as far as I want to draw that line at the moment. For you, you come along the coast here. There we go.
Готов выдвигаться.
You can come that way. Now you can attack there. These are what? The unit here. What is that flag? I don't know what that flag is. And I thought I knew all the flags of World War II. What do you know?
Мирно.
One division, just go down there and pick that up.
Слушаю. До приказа. До приказа. До приказа. Выходим.
Hello, Axiono. I'm sure I'm butchering that, but how are you doing? Okay, when was Warsaw liberated? 1989. Yes, Ben Bishop. Yes, I remember those days. Soviet occupation. Yeah, give or take a week. Yep. Moldova is right. Yes, we are going to try to liberate it from freedom and prosperity. Okay, guys, you get to advance. You can push into there. You can push into there. Yes, I know we don't have great supply in some of these areas.
Я готов.
Okay, 8 divisions. Just go there. You guys
Выходим.
drive down that way.
До приказа.
You come and occupy down to there. You come to here. You guys all
Выходим.
come to there. You come to here. Why haven't the Nazis just given up yet?
Брось.
Don't they want to
Смирно. Так точно.
join the Soviet liberation movement?
Слушаю.
Most of America wants to join the Soviet liberation movement today. Why wouldn't the Nazis want to? Oh, do you want to give us equipment? Oh, wow, lots of Thompsons. Support equipment. Trucks, great. Aircraft, we could use that. Okay, yes. Yes, accept. Legionary Bulgaria. Okay, check. Guys, check the Discord. Okay. Vietnam or Valiant. Yes. I will read through that article. Thanks, Azaz. The fall of Berlin. Why? What? Okay, how I mean, I'm in a bad mood because of what's going on in the world right now, as those who've been around for a while know. Okay. I have to be careful just because theoretically I'm still under, I mean, well, actually, I'm still under, although I'm no longer part of the beta testing for Hearts of Iron 4, just because I haven't been participating in more than a year in any real meaningful way. But I'm still under an NDA from some things there. There, just what you sort of know. But I know enough from outside of it, know enough about Paradox, is that they have, shall we say, assets or people that do things. Like people who program AIs. And people who are artists who make graphical images. You know, like for all these generals here that fucking screw it up. I mean, these guys, to the best of my knowledge, and I am not an expert on Soviet uniform, but to my knowledge, this is basically Soviet uniform of World War II, where these other uniforms are like post-World War uniforms. Again, I can make these kind of statements very clearly on Germany, because I'm just looking at them. I don't have to get a book and look them up. I know them for Germany. I know them for the America. I know them for Britain, though. Britain, of course, well, I sort of know it for Britain, because they have all the regimental uniforms that are all kinds of crazy. And especially in this period, you have the Indian Army uniforms and, you know, or whatnot. You know, it goes into all kinds of wonderful uniforms, but all kinds of crazy for uniforms and knowing it all. So that's too big of a subject for, and I don't know. But so the artists here, so you know, fix this, people will complain about Paradox, and yeah, I get that. But an artist isn't going to be involved in fixing the AI, and an AI programmer isn't going to be involved in fixing the art. I totally get that. And so they have assets within the company. And I'm sure I'm not getting this 100% right. So whether they watch it or if you know better, you can always post below. But they like have a bunch of artists and that make images or whatever. Yeah, I get that. And like right now, I believe they don't necessarily have any artists working on Hearts of Iron 4. Now they will probably have some before the next major DLC, because they'll make a new set of generals for, well, they just did Spain, for, I don't know, Tibet or something like that. And so they'll get, you know, artist time, you know, like, okay, you got the artist or one or more or whatever for 5 days, a week or whatever. So, you know, have all your stuff ready to go, you know, names of people, maybe go and Google some, you know, images so that they can look at, you know, what to make the graphics for, and then the artist or artists or whatever, I don't know a lot of the details of the workings of the company, and they'll, like, you know, crank out a bunch of portraits or whatever it may be, or 3D artists that will crank out a bunch of, you know, models of tanks and aircraft and whatnot. And so they may not have anybody right now doing that, or doing even right now doing, say, AI programming for, you know, combat AI or whatever for Hearts of Iron. I get that, but they do have a core group of people constantly working on Hearts of Iron. Podcat is sort of the production lead of that, is my understanding still, at least at the time of this recording. And I just say that because who knows, people may be looking at it just a year or two from now or whatever it may be. But I don't anticipate, unless they're moving him to a different project, I don't anticipate him leaving that position. I think he does quite a decent job at it, I think, and I think the company thinks he does a decent job at that. So it is, again, I'm a fan of podcasts and whatnot, so this isn't like I'm telegraphing something on the wall. Just currently he is the guy in charge. And so they have some people that work on developing the next DLC full time. And they bring in, like I say, asset peoples at times. Okay. Now you have the Fall of Berlin. It's a news article. However much, and I know there's some mods that you can change the headlines to a more historical instead of the paradox symbol banner for the newspaper. And that's a whatever, whether this is good or bad. Okay. But you've taken enough time, and so you have troops. I believe these are Czechs soldiers. Now I say I believe they're Czech soldiers is because this is black and white, and the Slovaks used basically the same uniform. And I think I even know which photo that, bigger sort of photo this comes from. I think it's in my sort of collection, and I may have even used it for a version of the photo for some of my Czechoslovak events. But the Slovak uniform is basically the same uniform. The helmet often had right along the lower, or the brim on it, a light blue band to sort of show, this continuing later on to show that it's different than the Czechs. And although Germany did die, literally, get lots of captured uniforms, because you got them in the hundreds of thousands, dye some of these uniforms that they captured to another color, often maybe with a gray. Not so much use them for the Wehrmacht, but in a sort of a broad term, even that. But for, say, Schutzmannschaft or something, sort of the semi-paramilitary sort of police type units of occupied Russia made up of locals that, or some other sort of, paramilitary type unit. Or if they were sort of, which they are sort of brown, they might have just got sort of turned over and stripped of any badges and used for something like the RAD, the Reichsarbeitsdienst, the German labor force, or something like that, for, supplying troops, or, they're not really troops, but supplying young men workers in the East or something. So they repurposed lots and lots of equipment, including things like helmets. But a lot of the equipment, because that's sort of what Czechoslovakia had, gets turned over to Slovakia. A lot of Czech equipment like that, just because, and it works. So, but I'm pretty sure this is a Czech image. Okay, soldiers marching. Now, with all that being said, with the idea that, the programmers, the guys who are making this, and at whatever point, because I don't think this is a new thing. So now, see, I normally play often as Germany or as a German ally, so I don't normally see this a lot. I may have probably seen this before. And you couldn't have found a picture of ruined Berlin, or that picture that they sort of use in, I think it was that sort of obscure game called Hearts of Iron 3 is one of the splash screen drawing things. I think that's where it is. Of them, or is it 4? I forget, but I think it's 3. Of the Soviets rising or putting the flag up over the Brandenburg Gate thing or something, or is it over the Reichstag in Berlin? You couldn't have found that image and stuck it to this. I mean, the most, inept image person should be, programmer should be able to, it needs to be this dimensions, we'll just go in and cut that out. I mean, I know this is a minor thing in the game, fix the game. I get that. But graphic images, yes, are part of my thing, part of my pet peeve, going back to, well, before making Third Reich events, a plug for that. And yes, there is a version, though it's not playable for anything recent. Hearts of Iron 4. That you couldn't do that simple immersion thing. That you just you go to this website. Again, it's sort of obscure, not too many people know about it, but go to this website called Google and type in Fall of Berlin and then hit the images thing and get a historical image that is, for various reasons, should be, and definitely is in America. Definitely is in America. But should be generally able to be used under at least most countries, including Europe's free fair use laws. And so, as a historical whatever, and stick that in there. Doesn't take a lot. Okay, yes, that's my personal rant. Okay, bro, I invite you to my channel. You can see why I play Right Russia. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'll check your channel out sometime. And let's see, Paradox makes great looking art, but historically accurate. Yeah, well, they're artists, and I don't know what the hell they're art, because they're just, and I don't know the individual people, obviously, but I've dealt with artists before. You know, they have priorities other than, like on uniforms. Some of it is out of ignorance because they're given black and white photos and they see other photos and they don't know, and they don't really know what they're doing. But also it's artistic license that they do a lot of stuff with. And trust me, I would be sitting on top, because I can't do art like these people are doing. I don't have this skill. I have, again, you can look at my stuff, reasonably decent, not great, but reasonably decent photo manipulation, being able to make a composite image off the stuff, put stuff together. I can do that, but yeah, not so great. Paradox made some great games, EU 1 through HOI 3, CK, pretty significant, bit more mainstream, but their latest, disappointed me. Yeah, now Imperator, which we may be playing later today. It's gotten a lot better. I've been checking it out the last few days. And so, yeah, they have become, Van Bishop, they have become, complacent, I would say. And I've never met, never physically met any of the Paradox people, though I have, shall we say, whether it's in tweets, in direct messages on different, including the Paradox forum, obviously, and I can't say what may have happened in the beta forums that I was involved in, but in other in other forums, definitely corresponded back and forth with the former president of the company, who's now doing his own sort of thing and no longer sort of special project. He just, I don't think, wants to continue running it. But Frederick, the former head of Hearts of Iron, and the one who made Paradox, Johan, and of course, Don Lin, Podcat, whatever you want to call him. So I've sort of kind of, and others within it. So I've sort of kind of, again, in just sort of an online sort of way, know these people a little bit. I just think they've become complacent. Van Bishop, they have the talents. Now, some of the complaints that people have made is, you're just cutting things out to then sell more DLCs. That is a lie. Well, that's incorrect. It may not be actually a lie. That is incorrect. Hearts of Iron 4, yes, it's sort of based off of the Clausewitz engine, but is literally a from sort of scratch build, not taking Hearts of Iron 3 and building on top of it. No, they just went over. So they didn't cut anything out. It's just how much can you build before you have to sell the game and make an income on it to keep building on it. So part of it is that, and that I forgive them for. What I don't forgive them for is some of the really crappy AI and whatnot that just did not live up to even basic standards, in my opinion, on the one hand. And on the other hand is designing a game not for mass enjoyment, because I think it can be mass enjoyed, things like the battle lines and whatever that make the game more accessible to people, but focusing too much on wacky alt history before getting the historical parts of it right and working right. I like Kaiserreich as a mod. It's not my favorite thing in the world. I will be It doesn't normally do as well as the historical series on my channel. But I will be making another Kaiserreich game someday. I don't know, maybe a year from now, but someday, maybe 2 months from now. I don't know. Someday I'll make another Kaiserreich series. I like the game. It's a wacky world, but all the wackiness is secondary. The Restore the Kaiser, national focus trees, and all these other things. Yeah, fine, but get the history done well and right first. Get that working, then look at other things. So those are what I dislike about what they've done. Yeah, Vicky 2 is... I've not played the Victoria series, and of course they're doing number 3. I think they may have learned their lesson on what they need to do before releasing another game, but I don't know if they have. Because Imperator, in my opinion, and I don't know that they would acknowledge it publicly, but I think they realize Imperator was a failure. Yeah, it just failed. Oh, there were definitely color photos as well as colorized photos in the period, most assuredly. Well, the HOI 4 release was a complete clusterfuck, and they messed that one up. And they publicly admitted they messed that up. They released the before it went into public beta, before they were going to, as in announcing to the populace to then have people to apply for the beta. They announced the game. Because they always have an internal beta going on, and they have a small group of external people that get to be into betas, into secret projects. I've never been part of that group, but I know that group exists. Not non-employees that get trusted with the knowledge of a secret project coming out, but those are few. It's private beta, but publicly announced beta. So they made, after what happened, so they announced HOI 4 way early, and then had major problems with it, and there were major delays, and it got to the point that I don't know whose decision, but I'm pretty damn sure, again, since I don't know, I can say what I don't know, but what I think is I don't think the developers were approving of the release of HOI 4. It was, I think, Paradox Interactive, not Paradox Development Studios, the actual people who make the games, but Paradox Interactive, which publishes the games, but also publishes other companies' games as well. I think they forced the release of HOI 4 way early, and because they announced it and it's going on, and so they made the promise or the commitment to themselves more than anything else to not announce a game until it's truly within beta within their company. Meaning, thank you, very noisy motorcycle. Meaning the game is feature complete as far as they're concerned. They're just trying to fix bugs, maybe add portraits, and work on fiddling stuff, getting it ready before they announce a game, so they don't have that strong pressure to release early. Now, I think they were confident in Imperator Rome being good when they released it, and I just think it's their complacency. And I can like people and think they do a good job and just go, yeah, you got complacent with that game. And so I'm not trying to slam them or whatever. Again, like I don't have like a good relationship with them. No, but I sort of know them, and I've gotten now a better relationship with the people over at Matrix and Slitherine, including some of the devs and such like that. And so, yeah, once you sort of know people, it's a little harder to criticize their game. But I will, the Slitherine and Matrix people criticize their games as well. Well, I will. But so yeah, Paradox, and there's always the pull. And I feel the same as both as a mod maker and as which is a game developer. I mean, it's a mod to a game. It sort of you're making parts of the game. So I am a game developer in that sense, as well as a YouTuber. why make something that no one wants to play? Why, or no one wants to watch? So there's definitely a popularity factor there. And I don't knock them for trying to make the game more accessible to a larger audience. It's just you shouldn't forget your core audience while doing it. And that is where I think they've fallen down on some of their games, especially Hearts of Iron 4. They left out their core audience and went for that mass audience. I don't blame them for going after the mass audience. It's just they left out their core audience. Okay, and let me read a few more of this stuff. And too greedy, yeah. Next, they're going to sell perfumes and scents as DLCs, yeah. Yeah, it was, it was complete, total garbage. I mean, now I still think Hearts of Iron 3 combat AI, we're specifically looking at combat AI as opposed to diplomatic or production, or those are other AIs. Combat AIs, which are probably, well, I mean, if the diplomatic is just too wacky, or the production just AI doesn't work, that's a bad thing or whatever. But and you know, because if you make a bunch of armor divisions, but you produce no tanks for it, yeah, it all falls apart. But the combat AI is sort of the real sort of things that people feel the impact on. And I still think the Hearts of Iron 3, which I sort of consider bad, AI is better than Hearts of Iron 4 AI now, but it's no longer the shit show that it was at start. I mean, I really think it was that. It's now almost acceptable AI. Still bad, but now I can't program any AI, so it's obviously a lot better than anything I would make. Oh, I know Daniel. He is you call him a YouTuber. Yeah, and he's much more popular than I am, most assuredly, but he is also an internal beta tester, and I think permanently, at least so far, attached to the HOI 4 game. So yeah, he is a Paradox employee if you don't realize it, and he is or an alpha tester, a beta or alpha tester, however you want to call it, within the company. Now I think he's working out of his home because they all are. At least that's my last hearing of them, is they're all working from home and only visit the office to get something I don't know, and then leave. And there's maybe a few people in the office every day, but most everybody is literally physically out of the office. But yeah, he works daily in Paradox there in the Stockholm studios. Daniel. Oh yeah, okay. You're just saying it. I didn't even say. Criticism needs to make things better in the videos. All right. Yeah, no exception. So yeah, Daniel he's a much better player than I am. That's for sure. For sure. Look at HOI 4 map. Okay, yeah. Now see some of the stuff. The HOI 4 map. I'm agreeing with your criticism, but some of the stuff comes from a design philosophy problem. Notice I said problem, but it's a design philosophy, and the other part comes from the sort of complacency part. They made it so that there's fewer provinces in Europe than in the Hearts of Iron 3 map. But I think overall the number of provinces is about the same in the game, and that to a point, the reason there's about the same number of provinces and the reason they made fewer provinces in Europe is because of a performance issue on the game. The more provinces, the more resources your CPU has to handle, and they're not looking at hardware like I have, which is 9th generation, Core i7 CPUs. They're looking at, 5th generation Core i3 CPUs or whatever, as the game needs to be able to run well on, or something like that. And so they had to reduce, they couldn't increase the number of provinces and have the game run smoothly. So they, I think I counted in the Netherlands, it's half the number of provinces from Hearts of Iron 3 map to Hearts of Iron 4 map, but the maps of the provincial maps of, say, South America and the United States and Africa are much better. Now, not necessarily much better for the provinces along, where the war was concentrated, but out in the, wherever's, it's much better. The state mechanic still sucks, and that is a design philosophy that I dislike. And so, my system probably could handle a more developed game, but they're worried about lower playing things. Hey, Toy Jet, good to have you here. Berlin has fallen. I'm about ready to accept this, and we're going to continue to see how much longer the German Reich lasts. So yes, Berlin has fallen, and let's start on this. Hey, OCB, good to have you here. And just know, because I know I got feedback from Azads, if you're having, because he's located in India, if you're having connection problems with Twitch, I am live on YouTube as well. And I do see the YouTube chat because I have a restream thing. And so, or vice versa, if you're on YouTube and you would prefer to be in the Twitch chat or watch me on Twitch, you can do so. They are both available. Okay. You push down into there. You push down into here. Leave the one that's not organized well there. And where's my infantry? My infantry will support the push there. Hey, Trev Blarmy. I hope I'm getting that somewhat right. Thank you. Okay, OCB. Yeah, I do know, at least I know a little better on YouTube. You can adjust the broadcast quality. I'm streaming out 1080p quality for both streams, and it's going into, in this case, it's Restream's ingest servers here in California. So my end is pretty good. Now, what may be coming out... Okay, we did more infantry equipment. Out at various parts of the world, it may need a little more help with that. Let's do some more tanks. Or artillery. Maybe tanks and artillery. Okay, we need more light tanks, so we'll do, I guess, just one more light tank. And do we have a second art? Yes. Oh, well, those are doing it batches of 5. Well, then I want to do a full batch of 5. Okay, well, yeah. Well, I guess we'll put in 5 down here. I don't know if we're going to get that far to have puppeting of Romania. This may be over very fast. Okay, one of you march up to there. Oh, maybe a second one will march up to there. Okay, well, you push to there. And since we have cavalry, on, so I can highlight it. I hate the way these things stack or don't stack. You come this way around these guys. Like that. You can move to there. You guys push on fortification. I know. We're attacking fortified positions.
Внимание!
Not necessarily necessary or the best thing to do, but hey, we're Soviets, we have manpower to waste.
Ройс!
And 20 divisions. Partially we are facing a bit of a
Ройс!
supply problems here, I do believe, but hey,
Я готов!
again, go eat German supplies. We're attacking.
Так точно!
Poland free from communism? I don't know. We're knocking on the gates of Warsaw.
До приказа!
We still have a chance to keep it socialist.
Слушаю!
In fact, the Romanians may start going home, realizing their home is going to become communist really soon.
Так точно!
And I think somebody's told me that
Выходим!
Poles don't overly like communists, or like to be communists. But we'll teach them the Catholic Church is just
Я готов!
the opiate of the masses and really wants to,
Внимание!
you know, enslave you.
Внимание!
Come on. Okay, okay, you guys, well, no. You guys get on trains and come down here.
Выходим!
You guys get on trains and come down here.
Ройс! Выходим!
Yep, the Japanese are here as well. They're seeing the light.
Выходим!
What are you? What? No, 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 no. Come down here. I clicked that badly.
Выходим!
Okay. Looks like there's even Greek forces up here. They got tired of just fighting in Greece and decided to come up there.
Готов выдвигаться!
Okay, you march into there. You
Ройс!
attack there just to stall them from. Coming through the relief
Я
of
готов!
Warsaw. It looks like we're almost ready to
До
take.
приказа! Слушаю!
Yeah, keep pouring in, keep pouring in. We want to make sure that we get
Я готов!
Warsaw and not
Выходим!
have it become some capitalist pig scum
Выходим!
state. Your stature elective. What are we going on about? Okay, next Warsaw. I got the best Sabaton song. Okay, cool. Yeah, no,
Мирно!
yeah, I too am I am a frustrated
Выходим!
wannabe DJ.
Так точно!
Most assuredly.
Готов! Готов! Ройс!
I would love to be a DJ for this, but they're now, of course, you've probably heard,
Смирно! Готов выдвигаться!
what would be the right term, cracking down on music on Twitch, let alone always have been doing so on. Nope. How did you let them
Внимание!
get there? I know, I didn't
Я готов!
give orders to follow up, so you're
Готов выдвигаться!
pushed a little too deep. And it's quite honestly why I would like to play slower, much slower.
Внимание!
You guys come across the river, you guys come here. Okay, you down to here. You get on trains and come to here, even though you'll be not very well organized by the time you get there.
Внимание! Мирно!
Oh,
Внимание!
okay, we'll just...
Выходим! 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 Выходим!
And down here, okay, you hit them.
Готов!
You come across the river here.
Готов!
You go to block that.
Ройс!
You drive down to Bucharest.
Так точно!
You drive down to Ploetsi. Liberation of Warsaw. Yes, we liberated Warsaw. It will now be Soviet.
Я готов! Выходим! Я готов! Выходим!
Oh, come on, guys. I know I sent you into attack. No one said to stop.
Внимание! Готов! Выходим! Готов выдвигаться. Так точно! Слушаю! Слушаю! Я готов! Готов выдвигаться.
Continuous offensive. Well, good. We're going to be continuously offensive to people. Guess that's the communist way. I really don't know if there's anything more I want to... Well, I guess I can research. Military police to make sure everybody stays nice and socialist. Socialism doesn't work without massive state control. Well, let's see. No, not here. I don't want those there. I want them here. For some more anti-tank. And yeah, we'll do another one of these. And how are we doing? Okay. Yeah, we'll let that go for a while.
Готов! Выходим! Готов! Готов! Готов выдвигаться! Готов!
Push up there. We want to reconnect our cut-off units.
Я готов! Внимание!
Okay, you guys just go there, clean that up. Come to here, you come down to here. You cross the river there, you go there. You come there.
Ройс! Выходим! Готов?
No, the main limitation down here in going to the Balkans is more supply than it is manpower or unit power or however you want to say it. Because I got like 20 divisions right there, Toy Jet. It's just I'm moving them into areas that were already overly populated with the units. So abandoning Poland is not helpful in the sense of getting me into the Balkans more. It's more of a supply limitation than anything else for some of this.
Выходим! Готов выдвигаться. Готов выдвигаться. Выходим.
You guys come down that way. You guys come down here. Oh, did I misunderstand you, abandon Poland? You can take the Balkan much quicker. It's not about strategy. Okay, I don't necessarily
Внимание!
get what you're talking about then. I don't. Belugas can be a bit harder to understand than some people might think.
Готов. Готов выдвигаться. Готов.
Well, we want to turn it into a communist puppet. We're trying to, we're upset that, you know, we're not in Berlin already and
Слушаю.
making it safe from
Я готов.
capitalism, because capitalism is evil. They tell it to me every day on TV. Capitalism is evil. Capitalism only frees people from poverty.
Жду приказа.
We can't have that. We need to help the poor people. See, how can we help poor people if we don't have any poor people? So we must keep people poor so we can help the poor people instead of having everybody, maybe not rich, but everybody well off. Because we can't have that, because we have to help the poor and the downtrodden. If we don't have the poor and the downtrodden, we're not doing our jobs right. Very good, Van Bishop. You have a good time. See you. I will be streaming for Slytherin on Tuesday. More Panzer Corps. Hope to see you then. And or other times. Oh, there's always an economy. It may not be a functioning economy. It may not be an effective economy. Okay. With the war against the German Reich marching towards an inevitable conclusion, yes, the United Kingdom has approached us about a conference on the future of Europe. They are suggesting a division of the German Reich between East and West, which would allow us our sphere of influence to extend deep into Europe, which would make up for some of the losses we suffered in this gruesome war. Okay, we're going to gain core. Oh, good. That's good. Yeah, because right now I don't think we're going to get to West Germany, just with what's going on here. So yeah, I think we will. Poland, no, I don't. Yeah, okay, no, it's Poland is gaining cores on other parts. Okay. Yes, we're going to support the Alta Conference just because we're not doing much better on our own. You push into there. 2 angles.
Готов выдвигаться.
You guys come down to here. You come down to there as well.
Так точно. Я готов. Внимание. Готов выдвигаться. Выходим! Готов выдвигаться. Смирно!
You join that attack just to give it a second flank.
Готов! Выходим! Выходим!
Yelta Conference.
Я готов.
And that last graphic wasn't so terrible as a, graphic for the event. Maybe, I don't know, and it may, but I don't think it was like signing from the Yelta Conference, but hey, it's okay. It just, why have freaking Slovak or Czech or whatever marching into Berlin for that Berlin thingy?
Смирно! Жду приказа. Я готов. Выходим! Готов? Жду приказа.
Come on, I thought we would have gotten
Выходим!
to there by now. Oh, well, we are here, so you guys attack. There. No, I said attack here,
Выходим!
not attack there. Well, let me switch to there now, because they're
Готов
retreating.
выдвигаться. Я готов. Брось! Готов.
Very well.
Внимание!
You 14 divisions attack there, you guys push to here, you guys join that attack.
Внимание!
Okay, good.
Внимание! Брось! Внимание! Слушаю! Внимание!
Move that armor that way, you guys just come down to here.
Выходим!
Okay, well, at least we've now reconnected to that division, which was part of at least one of my goals.
До приказа! Выходим!
Okay, 19 divisions. You should be able to cross into there
Слушаю!
against 2.
Готов! Внимание! Брось! Жду приказа.
Attack to stop them from getting reinforcements.
Брось! Так точно! Жду приказа. Выходим! Выходим! Выходим!
I don't know what any of that means. I mean, I never taken Russian,
Готов.
so I speak very, very little.
Слушаю. Мирно.
So it is, unlike the German, which I used, well, no, come down this way and then over to that one, which I get some of it. Most of this is just babbling to me.
Готов выдвигаться.
Which makes me wonder whether it's a good idea to have it in there just to have it. Oh, oh, here. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Готов. Так точно. Готов выдвигаться. Жду приказа. Выходим. Готов выдвигаться.
Okay, well, doesn't look like the end of the Reich this episode, because we're going to keep the live stream going, but we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank those watching, well, now or later, for watching, and see you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yes, we're going to save this and make another episode. Okay. Welcome back. Maybe to the end of the Reich this time. I know I said that last time, but obviously there's still a Reich going on.
Слушаю.
Okay. Oh, before we get into it, hey, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. You can follow me over on Twitch. Hit that bell if you want to get notifications when I go live and things like that. It really helps out. It also really helps out if you hit the share button and share it on some other social media. Yeah, I know most of the social medias are sewer pits, but still it helps. And feeding the algorithm by even just saying hi in the comments below. You don't know how much that helps. And even you don't know how much it really helps when people comment below about something in the game. Just really inspires me to want to continue playing for you guys, not just playing for myself. So any of that is all really good. But I want to talk a little bit about something I've thought about a lot at different times, is why did Germany keep fighting in World War II? Why would it still be fighting now? Berlin has fallen. And we can look at other wars and other situations. Now, why some people keep fighting? It may be literally that they know they're not going to survive the collapse of the regime. There were a bunch, not most by any means, but a bunch of Nazis suicided at the end of the war. I'm sure there's individual motivations for that. And I don't necessarily mean, but, well, sort of to some degree. You have Himmler, shortly after he was being captured, realized that he's not going to be able to negotiate a settlement for himself, so he commits suicide. Goering, and this from reading Inside the Third Reich by Albert Speer gives me some of my insights. Now, again, that's probably more than 30 years ago since I read it, so I'm sure I'm going to get some. Well, Japan's a different thing, USA, man, and we can talk about that. But I'm talking about Germany. There's different reasons for Japan, very different reasons. But For Germany, back to Germany. And so, again, from reading, hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate that. Looking at the Third Reich, looking at Goering, and from inside the Third Reich book, Goering thought, at least this is what Speer writes, and I don't think it's inaccurate, but Goering thought he and others like him were going to be essential for running a occupied Germany. Now, whatever kinds of level of self-delusion it takes to make one, that you're essential, as an individual, and two, that the Allies needed cooperation from significant members of government for running the government essential, and three, that they would be willing to use people like Goring as part of that. There's got to be all kinds of levels of delusion there. Now, he only commits suicide after he's convicted and before he gets killed. But those are sort of those cases. I'm talking about a lot of people that long before they were captured, and in many cases might not have done much jail time, shall we say, they commit suicide. I'm thinking of some Gauleiters and other people in Germany, which I'm sure they were involved in some level of war crime, but they weren't part of the final solution or something like that, or in any major way. They just are unwilling to live in a non-national socialist world, I think. Like one of the one that's coming to mind is Terboven, the head of German occupation in Norway, blows himself up sitting on a load of dynamite and whatever building, including other people in the building, just blows himself up. And that's how he commits suicide. And he may be looking very much at, hey, we weren't too kind to the Norwegians and they're going to put me on trial and kill me anyway, so I might as well just do it. But, okay, we get some of that. And so I get some of these people that for various ideological reasons or desperations commit suicide because they don't see a personal way out. So they keep fighting, I should say, and way out. But why does a lot of the, shall we say, average German soldiers, the average German officer, and the average, shall we say, German higher ranking, a general type officer, whether it's in the Luftwaffe or the army or whatever, I'm not talking about the SS, why do they keep fighting so late? Where they didn't in World War I, and in many ways it's the same institutions, particularly when we're talking the army, because don't let anybody get you wrong, the German army signed off on that armistice. Now, they thought they were going to get a much better peace treaty out of it, I'm sure, but they signed off on the armistice. And however much the German army might, they were in no place to really object to the Versailles Treaty or treaties or whatever you want to say. Why did they keep fighting? Well, Adolf Galland, fairly late in the war, I forget whether it's late 44 or early 45, gets in charge of the, fighter squadron of Me-262s. And it's just about, there's one person said that the unit symbol very well could have been a Knight's Cross, because almost every pilot in the unit were Knight's Cross holders, and many of them had been more or less on medical leave from what we would call PTSD today or whatever. They were just, too afraid to go up into the skies anymore because they were just all getting shot down. They came back to fly in the jets, and they, it was in a way sort of, shall we say, a happy time again for shooting down Allied planes. Now, why does him and his ilk fight? Well, I can tell you one very good reason. Those bombers were bombing their cities. So they're not necessarily fighting, and you can take it case by case basis, not necessarily fighting for the German Reich and the National Socialists. They're just like, hey, the more bombers we shoot down, the less civilians get killed. And that's a very legitimate thing, and I could readily see, particularly fighter pilots. They're not, they may be talking about defending the Reich or whatever, but they're really talking about defending the cities that are being bombed. So I get that. I entirely get that. Now, why fight on the Eastern Front? Well, you've got the hordes of Soviets coming, and the German soldier, the German officer, and the German general all know that the Germans have not behaved well on the Eastern Front. And so they know there's going to be retribution coming. So delaying there, that makes a bit of sense. Because, and the Sabaton song sort of commemorates the, here, or wherever on the Elbe, where there was, Germans were peaceably coming across the bridge, along with German civilians, but German soldiers, and handing over weapons and surrendering to the Allies, but fighting doggedly on the other side of the bridge, or back away, a mile or two back away, but the Western Allies could see it, fighting the Soviets desperately to sort of keep the opening open for the German soldiers and the German civilians to move into Western Allied captivity, shall we say. They don't know what's going to happen after the war. And so I get that there's a level of fighting there. But that doesn't entirely, in my opinion, cover things like the battle for Budapest. And I don't mean the first one where the Hungarians switch sides and the Germans come in to take it over. I mean the German defense of Budapest, because that isn't defending the German homeland and it's a counterattack kind of battle situation there, as much as I remember about it. Why they just didn't do more fighting withdrawals, hold the line until it becomes, not necessarily it's going to collapse, because you don't want to go until it's going to come collapse, because then it just runs over it, but fight until it's advantageous to withdraw. Many of you who follow know that I admire particularly two types of generals a lot. One of them being generals who do successful fighting retreats and keep their forces intact. And so sort of, very anti-Hitlerian, fight to the last man kind of thing. But really to fight until you realize, hey, yeah, it's best to withdraw now to whatever new river, new defensive line. They're turning a flank here, and I could put all my reserves into trying to hold that flank, but I'll have no more reserves, and tomorrow will be a new day, and I'll have nothing more against it. And it's not just a local. It's not like we're doing that while other units are plunging deep into France or something like in 1940. It's doing that as we're generally being pushed back. No, it's you had to go, oh, they're turning my flanks there. Okay, well, I can withdraw now and haul all my fuel and all my ammunition, stockpiles and all that stuff out to the next place and get, all my wounded out, get my, all my logistic support elements, all that out in good shape, and get most of my frontline troops out in good shape, fall back to the net, those kind of those generals who do that well, I highly admire. Because those are types of victories, Now, of course, a overall greater commander who puts yourself into a blunder in which you can't, which you're not victorious. Now, sometimes, of course, you're just attacked. I don't know, Belgium or the Netherlands, and there's no sort of military type option to. Very interesting, Jurex. All of my ancestors were in America during World War II, and although I had no direct ancestors fighting in World War II, I did have relatives, their brothers or whatnot, that did fight in World War II, but they were all fighting outside of my country, so none of them were partisans. Lucky that for being an American. And so now partisan fighting is a different matter. I'm not talking about why partisans keep fighting. That's a different thing. I'm talking about frontline soldiers. So delaying the Soviet Union taking over, I get that. But why fight as hard as they did on the Western Front? Because why? Well, I think part of it, and I got to sort of break it into. I can always continue to divide up sections. Two basic elements. One, your average sort of enlisted man, and your majors and colonels and down officers, the functionaries of the regime. They get told about all these super weapons coming, and they see some of them, these Wunderwaffe. Now, like I say, they really do see some of them, especially a lot of them go to the Eastern Front. The Sturmgewehr 44, or the MP-44, or whatever you want to call the weapon. And there were earlier models as early as, I think, 42, but definitely in 43, in the few thousands put out there. There's a Sturmgewehr as a Wunderwaffe. We don't think of it as a Wunderwaffe so much today, but in its time, it was. The German military units mostly were, the main killing weapon was the machine gun. And the rifles were just sort of like, just sort of if we need them. Where the British, the main killing weapon was the rifle, and sort of so was the Americans. Well, main killing weapon was the Americans with the artillery and airstrike, but that's a different matter. The main killing weapon in a company for Germans was the machine gun. Well, now you're able to give everybody a machine gun, because a submachine gun is something of a main killing weapon, but it's such limited ranges. It's used very effectively by the Germans at close up, but the Sturmgewehr can be used everywhere, and it's a controllable machine gun, so everybody can have a machine gun. Now, you can't pull the full auto trigger all the time just because you don't have enough ammo to do it, but when you need to, your platoon of Sturmgewehr carriers can turn into a platoon of everybody having a machine gun, including having a few people having real machine guns. So that is a Wunderwaffe coming. And others are, if you see the V1 and the V2, and I think the anticipation was, the way, especially at the lower levels, when it's, once they're putting it in the newsreels and firing them off at England, that their effect is going to be a lot greater than it was. But so they get the idea, and then of course another Wunderwaffe is the 262 jets and the 163, the rocket plane, the Messerschmitt rocket plane, and the Blitz bomber, and the Arado Blitz bomber, and all those things. Those are all wonder weapons. And so they get sold on enough that if they just fight and die, they just hold out for another 6 months or whatever the time may be in their minds, that the production lines are going to be producing weapons that are just going to turn the tide of the war. So that is why I think it's the propaganda effort that comes out, that these things are just around the corner, and they see the actual fact of them. And you can even look at things like the King Tiger tank. That's something of a Wunderwaffe, especially if you have a mindset of a 1940s, and I'll look at the chat a little bit more in a minute. You have a mindset of a 1940s German soldier, and whatever German tank is, even with the idea of a Panzer IV, looking at that King Tiger. Now, of course, there's also being, Joseph Stalin 1 and 2 tanks showing up on the battlefront too. So it's not a one-sided thing, but they see these marvelous machines, and they believe that just given a little more production time, they're going to have enough of them and they'll roll back and win. And I have to wonder at the higher functionary levels how much they believe that. Because they are... Got too many generals down here. Let's move it to the other theater. They've got to see better that, yeah, these are coming, but there's just not going to be enough of them. And I don't know why they keep fighting. Now, we can look at and see the, weapons out over here at the Wolf Slayer, Stauffenberg's attempt to assassinate Hitler. But you don't have to. It isn't a binary choice, but even those people that the great bulk, not necessarily all of them, but the great bulk of the officers that buy into the Stauffenberg plot just want to kill Hitler and take out the Nazis and then make a separate deal with the West. This is what, again, they sort of believe that they can make a separate deal with the West and, abandon, all the Western conquests, get out of Italy. I don't even think they are thinking in terms of giving up so much territory and continuing the war with Soviets. That's their mindset, to the best of my knowledge. And they've got, I don't understand them. There isn't a binary choice of, we got to overthrow Hitler and make a separate peace or make a peace or whatever, or keep fighting. I don't know why they don't just sort of go easy. Pretend you're an Italian general and, hey, things are a little bad, let's fall back. Hey, things are a little bad, let's fall back. Oh, oops, we've got to surrender the division, we're out of ammo. Or, I don't know why they don't just become disheartened as commanders. And there is not enough SD, the SD, not the SS so much, but the SD personnel to run around and arrest them too much. And they know it. And they can all sort of sham it out, because you get, as part of this, you have the guys occupying the Channel Islands that basically occupy it until the fall of Berlin. And the British, somewhat aware of the starvation level that's going on there and try to deal with it, but they just don't really want to fight over it because they figure it's going to kill the British civilians there. And like in Cherbourg, there's a long holdout, and I think it was Brest or one of these places that basically holds out until the fall of Berlin. And so there's these groups that are holding doggedly out until the last days. And why they just didn't, if there's like 25, SD guys that would be willing to arrest and shoot immediately the commander of whatever one of these Cherbourg or Brest or whatever holdout zone, why don't they just quickly go round up, 20 soldiers that seem fairly reasonable and go in and arrest and maybe shoot the SD guys and then, put out the white flags and surrender? I don't get why the leadership, who's got to be a little more aware that the Wunderwaffe isn't going to turn the tide. I just don't get that. Now I'm going to look in your later on. You can look at their thoughts, but let me look and see what's going on here in the chat. Lots of good stuff going on. It looks like okay. A bunch of Nazis ran away to South America. Okay, USA man, a bunch of Nazis, and we know that they did. Hitler did not. Hitler did not want to. Hitler died in the bunker. Hitler wanted to die in the bunker. Hitler did not want to be captured. That whole Hunting Hitler series, I tried to do a debunking thing, but YouTube disallowed it basically, so I deleted it. I went into looking at how bullshit that series is. But if they just look, hunting Nazis in South America, it would have made a much better series and much more sense. A lot did go down there. They also went to Arab countries. I know people like Adolf Galland did go down there. You can look and see the photos. He admitted it. He talked about it. He helped Argentina design a jet fighter aircraft that really went nowhere. But yeah, they went down there, most assuredly. Survival. They were all fighting in the east and fought to get to the west. Okay, OCB. Yeah, that's, like I was saying, is one of the fighting. And yeah, I'm not, I'm not even like talking about, battles over, Kiev or something. That I get, because that's still looking like you might be able to win. It's sort of, and yes, and I do get fighting to survive, fighting to get to the west. That, like I was saying, is very much, and fighting for the Kurland pocket kind of up here when there was large German there, or fighting for in Danzig or whatever. Those kind of places is sort of those days. From Sachin, yes. There's more in the hair and the first and one of the buff. Yes, I think I know some of the story OCP that you've mentioned before about that. We didn't surrender because of their Bushido. Yeah, there's the Bushido whole thing, but that, again, I'm not going to go into the Japanese right now. That's for another time, and there's a whole lot of cultural stuff going on there, where it has developed, not necessarily to Japan's advantage. Okay, yes, Ari. The king tiger is big, absolutely big, but high IKB, but it's also a technical marvel as well. It's not just purely size. Pretend to be an Italian general, yes. Well, it's different than pretending to be a French general. There are different distinctions. The Italian generals were fairly willing to fight so long as things were going well for them, but once they weren't going well, they stopped wanting to fight. And that can be whether it's Ethiopia or early days in North Africa. I mean, very early days, the British, it's like 3-1. The British win and capture the whole Italian corps, whatever it is that's marching into Italy, into Egypt very early on. Yeah, that was a bit of a thing. So yeah, but it's just sort of the idea. And like when I mention Italy, I'm not talking about the idea of French surrender monkeys. And yeah, we may have some French viewers here, and you know what I mean by when I say that. And that's sort of there's good reason for the comment, but it's it's a thing. What I'm talking about with the Italian generals, there's two reasons, in my opinion, from looking at it. Again, I don't know it as well as I know other nations, but I have read some on it. A lot of the Italian generals are not very modern people for various reasons. Some of them purely age. Most generals fought in World War I, that were generals in World War II. But some of the Italian generals were still particularly old. But they weren't very modern people. They weren't very well trained, is part of it. And Mussolini, in some of his generals that he's picking for divisions that come about and commands in certain theaters, he's picking ones that are loyal to either him or to the fascist regime. So that becomes a thing, as opposed to how good of a general you may be. So that's part of it. But also, and the reason why he's having to do that is because an Italian general at his core is not a fascist. He is a royalist. Now, royalist doesn't necessarily mean you want a royal dictatorship. The king's word is law. Whatever the king says, we do. No, it's not necessarily that. It can just be a traditionalist, somebody who, we have voting, we have democracy, but it's the king that's the focal point of the country. We're traditionalists. And so the Italian army is not overly enthusiastic about Mussolini's plans. They're not going to complain much about trying to pick up some random little country like Albania. That's cool with them because that was mostly just an occupation march. I'm sure a few Italians get killed, but it's really mostly an occupation march. And they're not really going to complain about going down and fighting in Africa. They've been doing it in Libya for some time. But going down and fighting in Ethiopia, hey, whatever. But they're not, and they don't have any great moral objections to creating at least a Christian version of a new Roman Empire, but they have no stomach, no willpower, no whatever for conquering the Roman Empire. Again, they're not going to try to invade Spain to get it. They're not going to try to or want to invade Greece to get it. Now, obviously, they do invade Greece, and we see how badly that goes because they're not into it. Where the German generals were into round 2 with France. Now, they were a bit scared of what was going to happen. But particularly a lot of the young ones and the Panzer ones, they wanted round 2 with France. They thought it might be another disaster like World War I, but they were into it. Oh, and they were into fighting the communists. Yeah, they were into that. And they were into, fighting the Poles. The German generals weren't, they weren't reluctant to go with Hitler's armament process. They were reluctant for a round 2 with the Western Allies at the wrong time and whatnot. There was some reluctancy there, yes, but they eventually, by the fall of France, they're into the Hitler conquest mode. And that doesn't mean they're Nazis, just mean that they're into expanding the greater German Empire. They're into that, and so they're willing to go. The Italian general is never that. That's just not the mindset of the Italian general as far as I get it. Well, yeah, USA, man, that's part of... It's not so much... Well, it's not a mobilized war, a motorized war, a mobile war. They don't, they get the idea of using... They did use, before World War I, vehicles fighting, some of the... Arab groups, in this part of, I forget the name of the movie I watched long ago. Rather good movie about Italians and the Arabs fighting in, Cyrenaica, I believe it is. So they've used some of that, but that's just sort of raiding and a very limited thing. It sort of described the way that the Italians marched into Egypt for the first time, and almost the way that they were sort of planning on fighting it seemed like to the British, was as if they were doing it for the Napoleonic Wars and keeping formations sort of that way. So World War I mindset is sort of down that road, but it's not a mobile war. It's a positional war. It's a different sort of thing. So so it's that kind of thing. Germany only, but all nations are extremely nationalistic and proud of their country. No, that's not true, OCB. Many Americans, possibly a majority of Americans, hate America and are very, very, very ashamed of America. Most the young Americans have been taught in school that America is the fount of all evil. They get taught about all the bad things going on in American history. And the teachers maybe, not saying they are, but maybe telling them everything that they say is true about what terrible the Americans have done. But they neglect to say that, yeah, Americans may be terrible, but they're the least terrible planet or nation on the planet. All other nations are worse than America when it comes to history and what they've done. And I will stand by that fact. So America is the least terrible. We can talk about human rights in America. Yep, okay, least racist nation in America and in the world. Least racist. I defy you to find a less racist nation in America. You might be able to do it, and I might agree with you, but I need some good evidence of a less racist nation. So they're taught that America is a racist nation and it must be terrible, and the rest of the world is somehow better. Yeah, no. And so that isn't the case. And you're wrong, say, about Czechoslovakia. At the time, and any time during Czechoslovakia, the Czechs, people living in these two areas, very well may have been very nationalistic and proud of their nation, of Czechoslovakia. Nobody else was, particularly the Sudeten Germans, but the Czechs, the Poles, the Hungarians, the Ukrainians, they weren't very nationalistic at any time. So, yeah, that isn't a universal statement. We could also see a lot of the Soviets were anti-Russian. I don't mean Georgians and Ukrainians anti-Russian. I mean people that spoke Russian that lived in Moscow. They were anti-Russian. They were pro-Soviet. And Soviet is not a nationalistic, patriotic thing to be. It is a class warfare concept. So I would disagree. You're a little too broad there. Nationalism isn't a bad thing, but there is such a thing as too much. Well, yeah, too much nationalism. Well, yeah, okay. What is? And I don't know. I have known old people that have personally described themselves, and I'm not talking about anybody in America, but people I've literally personally known. I won't go beyond that. Have described themselves as ultra-nationalists. As ultra-nationalists. And I don't know that they were bad people. But they weren't, and I knew them and talked to them. Friendly, maybe not friends, but friendly. They weren't trying to, or their view of ultranationalism did not include invading any other current country, you know. So it's, yeah, heroes fight like Greeks. Yeah, old Greeks maybe, IKB, modern Greeks don't fight very hard. About this, talking about, okay, yeah, back then I get into there. I'm a nationalist, not sure on the ultra-nationalist part. Same here. Well, see, now, America, I don't know if Americans can be ultra-nationalists because of the nature of America. Because what would an ultra-nationalist American be? Because, I will make the blanket statement of what at least most people would determine ultra-nationalist. An American cannot be, literally cannot be an ultra-nationalist. Not, and this isn't in any way to be a slam on Americans, but they cannot be. And I will use Texas as an example. A Texan cannot be, by definition, an ultranationalist American. Because an ultranationalist Texan, if there is such a thing, there might be someone out there that's an ultranationalist Texan. And when I was last in Texas, more than 20 years ago, you would go inside, say, like a big grocery store or something, and see hanging up on, because have high ceilings on the grocery inside the grocery stores and up there, and see on it something that was maybe 12 feet high and however long that would be to get proportional, Texas flag, literally cloth flag hanging inside the grocery store. It's just a matter of course. Not that we're waving it because we're some ultranationalist particular grocery store in Texas. No, it's just that's the grocery. You fly the Texas flag more than you fly the American flag in Texas. At least that's the way it was. Now, I don't know if it is still that way. It's been probably more than 20 years since I had that experience. So I don't know what it's like. And that was in the city of Houston in a, major sort of chain grocery store. Flying the Texas flag, very big. And so an ultranationalist American cannot be, because whether you look back at the Confederacy, which I know has, there's reasons for it. I'm not saying bad or wrong reasons. There's reasons for people disliking the Confederacy today. But you look at the Confederacy, even that, it isn't so much nationalism for Confederacy. It's the state nationalism for Virginia, or, well, I don't know how many people were nationalistic for Florida, but for Georgia or Texas or whatever it is. So by definition, because of the divided loyalties, the divided identities, the more and more I hear, and I've barely visited, but the more and more I hear about New York City, I don't like New Yorkers. Now, I've met and known New Yorkers that I've liked, But I'm just talking about them as a class, as a group, as as an organization. I don't like New Yorkers, and that's what a lot of the Middle America doesn't like about Trump, because he's very much a New Yorker in the way he talks, but including his sort of speech rhythms, but his other sorts of brashness and whatever. I'm a Western type person. I don't like that fast charging, moving pace, New Yorker scamming. I don't like that. And so in America, we can't have ultra nationalism. I'm not saying there aren't nut jobs out there that exist, but for the most part, for large groups of, I'm literally talking nut jobs. We might have something like that, but literally is whatever American, because that's part of the American identity. Because to be an ultranationalist America would be literally to basically to erase the idea of state identity. You might still have a political, subdivisions, but it would be different, and that would be un-American, as my understanding of Americanism is. So Americans can't, as I keep saying, remember the Alamo. And yes, one of the most iconic Texas moments. Absolutely. And see, that's something that my family, not me personally, but my family members that have moved to Texas have, and this was back, that's why I was visiting Texas, I was visiting them. They didn't grow up in Texas. They grew up partially in California, partially in Boston, but once they got to Texas and they moved there for job reasons, they decided to become Texans, and hooray for the Alamo. And it was an adopted viewpoint. Now, they never totally lost their sort of Californian and Bostonism that they grew up in, that, some cultural elements, I'm sure, but they adopted, and they never walked around in cowboy hats and cowboy boots, but they adopted being Texans. I mean, they were urbanites living in Houston. They weren't country boys or whatever, but they adopted being Texans, and that was an adopted thing, and it's, pseudo-nationalistic. So because of that, because of, some people definitely have used, especially in the civil rights era, back in the 70s, the 60s, and the 50s, adopted the Confederate flags as a FU to black people in the civil rights movement. That's part of it, and that still lingers today. But there's also, I know, part of it is just simply, whether it's Southern pride is sort of something, but not trying to denigrate black people in their midst or anywhere else, but still sort of cling to some of the Confederate symbols. Now they've had to put most of them away unless they're some sort of real nut jobs, but have clinged to the Confederate symbols as sort of a regional identity thing, acknowledging that there's bad elements in the past about the identity, but still acknowledging the identity of it. And so I get that. A lot of modern people won't get that, and won't find the distinction there, that the Confederate flag might just be a regional flag and not meant, and this is particularly like in the 80s and 90s, not meant to be a disparaging thing of black people. It's just, hey, this was my ancestors, my whatever, my sort of area distinction, including Confederate flags as parts of state flags. So there is that element to it. And I think one of the most common uses, and the last use I saw popularly in the movies was, the General Lee automobile of the Dukes of Hazzard had the big Confederate flag on it. But you watch whether that later movie, which wasn't so good, but you watch the original TV series, there was no hint of racism or anything with its use of the Confederate flag. It was just sort of a localized symbol, and it wasn't meant to be, even though Jim Crow no longer exists, it still affects the black Americans. And probably because I live in New England, I don't mind the way Trump speaks. Yes, USA man. Yes. And so again, I am a Westerner. Yeah, I do have, now over 100 years ago, some ancestors that for a while lived in places like Maine, others that literally go back to the Virginia colonies in Virginia that have moved west in stages. I'm definitely much more of a Westerner in my attitudes and viewpoints. And this is why I will say that Americans can't be ultra-nationalistic because of the variety and types of Americans. And I'm not even going as far. I mean, that there is of, you know, skin color and national origin outside of, you know, Anglo, whatever you want to call it, the British Empire immigrants that, and it's not necessarily divided loyalties as in Civil War sense, and whether they're going to fight for Texas or the Union kind of thing. Not, and that, at least in a reading the Nimitz biography, and who is from Germans, but from down here in Texas, it's where Nimitz is from, that there was still in, you know, 1930 something, real unsure of the idea of serving in, whether it's the Army or the Navy, as a, you know, as that is maybe serving against Texas or against whatever. And this, you know, he goes, obviously Nimitz is the admiral who commands the Pacific Theater, you know, and there's, you know, family traditions on that. So it's not necessarily Texas versus the federal government conflicts, who would you, divided loyalties in that sense, but just divided loyalties is how much are you a nationalist, all of America, versus, hey, a Californian, hey, a general sort of Westerner, because it might not be so much Californians versus Nevadans or something, but it's, you know, people out here, and especially people from here, you know, not necessarily, because I did partially grew up in, you know, in the, you know, wilds of California here, are different than people growing up in the wilds of Maine. You know, there's, you know, they're going to be different. And so it's that kind of thing that, so I will go that America, as we currently understand it, not some weird movie, future America kind of thing, but America as we understand it now cannot be ultra-nationalist. It's just not a thing that can be. Because there, and also part of it is because, which I haven't really got to until just this part of it, though I did think at the beginning, is that there isn't, and we'll pick on Japan again, there isn't that sort of unified long-term, might be partial racial, yes, might be, but it's not necessarily that. But long-term sort of unified cultural, single cultural viewpoint element of it. Because then, because I say, you know, you consider Japanese race different than the Korean race. I don't know the genetics of it. I'm not going there. I don't know if they're genetically significantly different genetic markers or whatever. I'm just looking at the culture of the people. This is a single basic, I know there's the Anu people, or however you pronounce it, up here in Hokkaido. Yeah, I know this well enough without just, that are mostly disappeared now, and mostly that's just because they've, I don't know, there is some genetic differences, but now most of it through intermarriage and just cultural assimilation, they've just become Japanese people. And there's different, Tokyoans are sort of uptight from my understanding, and sort of Arasaka, these type of people. Where you come down here, these are more, much my understanding, again, I've not been, much more jovial, fun living, a lot less formal in their, you know, all their bowing and you know, formality of address to each other is much higher. I'm talking modern youth, not just like ancient old people still alive. I'm talking modern youth, much more formal up in this sort of Osaka through Tokyo compared to down here in Kyushu. So, and I don't know what it's like in other regions. So there are differences within Japan, most assuredly, but it's a single long-term cultural identity that America, because whether it's Scots, Irish, English, Welsh, and those are just from Britain. And I could even define it more, you know, the Scots-Irish coming different than the Irish coming over here, you know, and that's just all from Britain, different identities coming in, let alone Germans Italians, Spaniards, Japanese, Chinese, Africans. You get the picture in that we could expand it out as cultural, not again, and because sort of kind of using the British Isles, Irish are different than Scots, though they may have the same genetic background. Because Scoti are simply an Irish tribe that migrated to Scotland and did multi-generational wars with the Picts, which were the local people living in northern Britain that the Romans had fought. The Romans were fighting the Picts. The Scots had yet to show up in northern Ireland and Britain until the Scoti did not show up until after the Romans left Britain. Just a little bit of history there. So yeah, so some of them literally same genetic peoples, whatever the genetics may show. But these are different cultural peoples now that come in that have different histories and different religions and whatnot. So there isn't this unified viewpoint. So that's partially why I say America, at least by what we would normally term ultra-nationalistic, Americans cannot be ultra-nationalistic just by sort of definition. And I don't mean this, you can see what long explanation is why and how I mean this. Okay, let me just catch up with the chat here. Okay, because of red lighting during the time. Okay, British comic said that Americans in the U.S. are Italian, Spanish, Irish, but when they are outside the U.S., they are hardcore Americans. Yeah, OCB, there is something of that. But trust me, a lot of, say, Italian Americans try to go to Italy to try to find their roots and whatever. I'm trying to use other specific that they try to identify and be something bicultural or whatever, and to some degree they very well may be. But there's some of that going on. Maybe looks more so more Christian than not that I know of. IKB. I don't specifically know that there's more Christians in Kyushu than other parts of Japan. Boy, Japanese religion is a huge, deep subject, and well, compared to some other people, I'm qualified, compared to, say, 95% of the world's population, I'm probably qualified to talk about it more than they are, just because, hey, they're, well, I don't know how much Chinese would be, because that would obviously push up more. But between the mix of Buddhism, which is an imported religion, of course, Shintoism, which is their natural local religion, and then Christian influences, even influences into Buddhism and Christianity. Now, to the best of my understanding, again, this is why I'm not really good to talk on some of the subject, is Buddhism doesn't believe necessarily in a god, if I have that right. I mean, Buddha was just some sort of prophet or saint or whatever. And so Buddhism gets, and there's multiple strains of Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, and I'm not even going to try to go into all the different stuff, so I'm going to get some of it wrong. But different strains of Buddhism. Now, so again, like Tibetan Buddhism, which is also the same Buddhism, my understanding is Mongolian and Tibetan Buddhism are basically the same. They sort of come that way. Do actually sort of the Tibetans believe that there's all these sort of gods and demons, but they're not necessarily like demons from hell like we would think of them in the West, but just simply powerful beasts that may be working for good and working for bad, and sometimes maybe both for an individual, but sometimes fighting other things. Just them supernatural beings might be a way to mean it, that they believe in a lot of that more. Well, that's something coming out of the Shinto stuff. So it's sort of, some of the Buddhists may still believe in some of the Shinto, and they may be adopting some of the Christian beliefs as well. And it's a right sort of muddle going on. Shintoism is after all, it's okay. Don't know why was IKB insulted or whatever. That's very airy. Okay. I get that now. Okay, what? Yeah, that's true. After all, that's where the Shimbara rebellion happened. Shintoism is an interesting religion, yes, and it's something of an animist type religion based. And I read up on it, but again, that was probably more like 30 plus years ago. So I'm all sort of wonky on it. I'm trying to do the details. It's lifestyle, yeah, but there's definitely lifestyle elements to Buddhism, but it's also a belief system as reincarnation and trying to move to higher levels of plane and of being and whatnot. So it's more than just that. Buddhism is basically Indic Christianity. Yeah, I can see that kind of viewpoint. Azads, one guy came and made it. Then it schisms like nobody's business. Yes, there's definitely lots of strains of Buddhism, and definitely I know it comes out of India where it is still practiced, but by my understanding, again, you're more of an expert on it, but a very slender minority within India that practices Buddhism. Now, I don't know how much Buddhism has influence, because it definitely comes out of some sort of Hinduism, my understanding. Again, sorry if I get some of that wrong, Azads, but I don't know how much it's influenced other strains of Hinduism. I don't know, just don't know. But I definitely know that it definitely moves out of and has a lot more adherence in Tibet, Mongolia, China, Korea, Indochina, shall we call it, down, these parts of the world, and into Japan. Buddhism definitely spreads and has lots of influence outside of India as being the dominant religion, and not just, hey, there's some, big Buddhist temples with many thousands here in California worshiping there or something like that. But it's not it's just a minor, many thousands worshiping in California can be still a minor percent of a percent. Then the Japanese play lucky dip with religions, Shinto funerals, but more Christian style weddings. Yeah, there's all that kind of stuff going on. There's some Japanese that just because they want to throw a big shindig for a wedding, like we have here in the US and I presume other countries, it turns out to be very sort of traditional Shinto styles, but the couple that is getting married aren't strong practitioners of Shintoism in their daily life, but they just dress up for the costume drama of it as kind of thing. So there's a lot of that going on. Slender majority. Oh, well, I was saying slender minority, I thought, for Buddhism in. There's Jainism as well, and I know Azads can talk on that much better than I can. Many Tibetan Burmese people from the frontier. Yeah, and that's that's my understanding. Again, it's just a few people here. I don't know. Again, I just don't know if there's like pockets of it. Again, small minority pockets of it somewhere else in India. I don't know, but yeah, that's my sort of understanding. Is it's mostly just along this sort of parts of the world that peoples that are culturally more Burmese or I don't know what we want to call these, because whether it's Sikkim right here and just in this province or some of these other border states, because it's more than just Nepal and Bhutan. Bhutan is very Buddhist, but yeah, some of these places here is again. Yes, Hinduism is again in Azads was a better topic on it, but just explain. Yes, that is the majority religion of China by a long ways, as far as I understand. Well, this is taking too long. Well, no, let's continue. I don't know. People, I like talking with you guys. We're going to end this episode and then continue to kill the Reich. In the next episode, thanks everybody for watching. We'll be back with another episode. Okay, let's again save. We're going to continue this. I do like talking with you guys. Okay, a couple of kings were Buddhist and they did it quite terrible. Yeah, There's a lot of that. Oh no, I don't want to overwrite. We did not play enough of that. Listen. Christianity and Buddhism are very obvious, yes. Oh yeah, there's a lot of overlap to it, and there's a lot of people talking. I don't know if it's nonsense, but a lot of people talking about various influences between them very, very early on. I don't know. And whack the missionaries more. Well, I'm not going to agree about the missionary thing. I believe in missionaryism, generally speaking. That doesn't mean I'm an absolutist, because communist missionaries I'm against, obviously. Growing up in California in the 1970s, well, one sort of religion that was getting a lot popular back then was Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, I used to chant. And a lot of, I'm not even sure whether it's Hinduism or Jainism or some other various sects coming out of India. There was a lot of that, and there's still remnants of it here, including owning, I don't know, $100 million worth of states kind of thing up in some of these that are sort of special ashrams or whatever they call themselves, that are that bought when it was a bit cheaper, but still wasn't terribly cheap, that still exist along there, of sort of New Age religious type elements that are definitely would be considered, at least I would consider, missionary elements coming out of India to particularly California, but just other parts. The Beatles were a spreader of this in a sort of surface way to the West, and definitely part of the hippie movement. How long can we delay the fall of Germany by distracting? I don't know, IKB, you're certainly doing it. Yeah, we should finish this. I do want to finish this in the next. Oh, I have other things we can play. Hindu nationalism, which I'm sure AZ. Yeah, well, I think AZs would be considered a Hindu nationalist. Oh, well, there's different. I don't even. SCON don't even quite know exactly what that. There's various subsects of it, from what I know. Hello, Max. How you doing? Well, the topic was last was missionaryism, but we're going to get back to all kinds of things, of culture and whatnot. We've sort of been running around. We're going to get back to HOI 4 here and the conquest of the German Reich very soon. But yeah, so I don't mind, say, whatever it may be, whether it's proper mainline Hinduism or some sort of other weird New Age religionism coming out of India to America. I don't mind the conflict of ideas, so long as the people that are promoting ideas, they are not exclusionary in that we must eliminate the others, whatever the others is. Meaning, if we were to have a hippie commune, and there's still a few that exist, that want to live communally, which is a type of communism, and I do define out communalism is different than communism, that sort of L with the communal. But if people want to voluntarily live without like personal possessions other than, maybe their individual clothes and some individual little minor possessions that is theirs, identified by the group, but everything else is held in common, so long as they're not bothering me about it. Again, this is my sort of California attitude. Is Hare Krishna. Okay. Yeah, I don't know because I do know, yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Hare Krishna, but I remember seeing the Hare Krishnas chanting as a kid, you know, at airports and on the streets and with their drums and their weird clothing. I mean, weird to me. You might not think I'm weird, Azads, but I do. But yeah, I just don't know. Cough, Chaz in Seattle. No, Chaz has nothing to do with Hare Krishna. Chaz is something very different. Hare Krishnas would not be that. Nope. Hare Krishnas, they were a bit cult identity for within themselves, but, and things, definitely they're a cult. They definitely try to keep their people somewhat calorie dependent to try to indoctrinate them. But yeah, it's a different sort of thing. Trust me, the hippies of old are not what we're seeing, because the hippies of old were not identitarian politics. They were the true whatever races. We're all equally good. No sins of the father are visited upon anybody. So it doesn't matter that your father owned slaves himself or 10 generations ago. You don't bear any of those blemishes yourself. So the Hare Krishna type, hippie types, whether they believe in Hare Krishna, but the hippie types of old would not have believed in reparations for any ancestrals, if your ancestors were slaves. They weren't into identity politics. Trust me, that the hippie doctrines are hippy dippy for sure, but they're not evil in of themselves. And now they may have evil results, meaning let's give up our guns. Well, the other nations didn't give up their guns, and they're coming over the border. Well, we'll just be pacifists and teach them by our passivity that they're all wrong. Their product may be evil ultimately, but themselves are not evil in and of themselves. So trust me, I remember. I mean, I was a kid back then, but I remember the old hippy dippy, and I think they're hippy dippies, as you can tell. That is sort of pejorative, negative term for them. But but they weren't evil amongst themselves, and only some whacked out, and there were and there still are, but there were whacked out Christians that maybe feel a bit more like Azads, that non-Christian beliefs are spreading Satanism and blah 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 just because it's not ours. But the hippies of old, they're not this as revolutionary communist Marxist. Oh, I know you're sort of joking too, but yeah, no, trust me, because again, I'm a Westerner. I remember what, and there's still in this part of California, south of San Francisco, along the coast here, there are still sort of traditional hippies. And some of them are, my dad's age, who was never a hippie. My dad was basically a square. But I mean, he liked rock and roll and those kind of things very much so. But compared to the hippies, he was a square. That's an old term. So there's definitely people my dad's age that are the original hippies that have never given it up and are still there. And then there's grandchildren that are still living in the hippie lifestyle, multi-generational, and people who are adopting it. But they're all peace, truly peace, love, and just forgive everybody. And that's not me. But I'm not, overly slamming them for their wishing to rectangles. Well, rectangles are just imperfect squares. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. So a square is a rectangle. Or no. So yeah, trust me, combination of being around long enough, studying it while it was, when I was like 10 years old, I wasn't particularly studying it or anything like that. But, being around it, studying stuff before me, I know the difference between the Marxist revolutionaries and the peace, love, hippie types. And yes, some of them, peace, love, hippie types, mistakenly, I would say, bought into Marxism. Others were just communalism, that they sort of, whatever. Okay, so let's get back to actually playing. I watched a documentary about the Murder Mountain, and those old hippies look nice. Yeah, well, I mean, you also have the dark side, and I don't know your documentary in OCB. You do have the dark side that hippies did sort of turn dark, and the most famous case, of course, is again Helter Skelter and the guy with a swastika on his forehead. Later, he put that on after he became in jail. Manson. Now, Manson was just evil. And you can see it in his personality. He is an evil personality, and there is that sort of dark strain to some of the hippieisms. But and Manson may also sort of wanted a race riot or race war too, but that's sort of Manson's. Well, you don't because it's evil according to I mind it because in my country it messes with my people's demographic and causes cultural alienation. Yeah, I understand that part. Okay. Plus, missionaries have caused a number of secessionist movements in India, especially the evangelical Baptists. Okay, yeah, but see, I look at, I understand your point of view, not agreeing with it, but I understand your point of view, Azads, and that's why I like you here, because you do have points of view that I want to try to get others. I just see whether it's culturalist missionaryism, say Hollywood or Bollywood, excuse me, and I do know that there's Bollywood isn't, or is sort of the majority, but I remember seeing about a different sort of movie tradition in another city that sort of counter to Bollywood, and I don't know. But whether it's cultural missionaryism out through mass media like Hollywood or Bollywood or other sorts of that, whether it's cultural or whether it's religion is part of the culture, absolutely. But whether it's religious based, I believe it should be a conflict of ideas, not of force and violence. So the idea that I think is abhorrent, that Saudi Arabia does not allow anybody to make a Christian church in there and try to have Christian missionaries in there, is abhorrent to me. Now, if someone were to build a church in Saudi Arabia and stand outside holding a sign, please come in and worship Jesus Christ or whatever, and nobody did, well, that's fine with me too. If no one decides to go into your church, okay, I'm not upset by that. But the idea that you're not allowed to do that in Saudi Arabia is abhorrent to me. That it's banned, and so as you can tell, I'm not of the missionary type mindset that I want to go to some other country and try to convince them to either missionary for modern medicine or a missionary for modern technology or a missionary for some modern culture or a missionary for some religion, because some, like you jump back to some of this stuff, missionary for modern technology or missionary for modern medicine, that can be sort of like the American Peace Corps. Just trying to, teach better farming techniques to people or something like that. I am not personally involved in all that and not trying to push for that, but I am not against those who want to do that. I may be against the idea that America should be paying for a lot of that stuff. It was an experiment. It hasn't worked out well. I think we ought to stop that. But hey, but that Saudi Arabia doesn't allow churches in, or if India were to not allow someone to build a church in India, either because the people storm it or because the government blocks it, I think is abhorrent. But if the Indians choose not to go into the church, well, okay, such is life. That's a personal choice. Hello, Russian. How you doing? I can't read your name. It looks like Ben. I'm going to call you Ben. Beyond that, I can't, because I don't even know that that's the proper translation, but I do see what looks like a BEN on YouTube. And again, just my lack of, I largely subscribe to Azira Sasness view on Christianity. Okay, don't know what that means. Sorry, I don't know enough about that, AZs. I have found some period railway maps of the USSR. Okay, I have some. You can send them to me some other time, IKB, where I can deal with this. It just cost you a head. Oh, you're allowed to. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I think they're all subversive, as the Japanese used to say in the 19th century. take their tech, shun their culture. Yeah, well, they may be subversive, but that doesn't mean it's still not a good idea to do it. Okay, why are you counterattacking? I don't know. Okay, you don't have enough units. You should be thinking about holding.
Внимание! Выходим! Жду приказа. Выходим! Слушаю. Мирно. Внимание!
Okay, let's start recording an episode. If you better, ASADs, if you want me to look up something later on, put a link in the Discord server because I'm more likely to remember and be able to copy and paste and search that out than look back at the chat. But I'm not going to do it right now. I mean, not that I mind you putting it now in there if other people want to look it up, but I'm not going to look it up right now and probably won't remember it too much later on. So, okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This time we are going to really focus on actually playing Hearts of Iron 4. Hopefully I labeled the last episode as a non-game playing episode, but we will see. Obviously, whether I remember to do that or not. You go take the airport. You counterattack there. You follow along to there. You move into there to help them defend. Okay, well.
Мирно! Жду приказа. Выходим! Выходим! Мирно! Готов выдвигаться. Выходим! Внимание! Готов.
And although we will keep playing, I will address a little bit of what
Готов.
Azad was saying is about take their technology but keep the culture. And that's sort of what went wrong with Japan. Because things did go wrong with Japan, and what ultimately got them nuked is that, you know, and I can, with some authority, at least compared to most people watching, say most people, I can talk with some authority on Japan and Japanese culture. They're not a Western country. There is definitely more Western elements in it, say, than there was in 1940 or whatever. More now than then, no doubt. I'm not going to... But they're not a Western country. But they are much more of a modern country. Now, I don't know how much Westernism and modernism are interlinked. I don't know if that's a little interlinked or a lot. I just quite honestly don't know, because it's... Oh god, these guys are still here. How much by definitions of things are modern, and how much by definition things are Western. And so, yeah, I get the point of the idea of take their tech and not their culture, but Japan, I would have to say, Well, yeah, they were no longer feudal Japan, and
Готов.
they weren't the same, but they didn't modernize enough in their identity and their ideas compared to what, say, they are today.
Внимание!
And so that is part of why Japan went wrong in World War II. And this, I know I've done a bunch of talking in my Japanese Hearts of Iron 3 series about some of this, but I'm trying to be fairly scholarly and fairly correct on all this. So it's
Так
a
точно.
complicated issue. I mean, that you can almost say about anything.
Жду приказа.
I know you're chatting a few things there in chat, but I'm just trying to focus on this while talking.
Готов выдвигаться. Выходим!
So,
Жду приказа.
canceling our land lease. Okay, well,
Точно.
we needed that, but oh well.
Я готов.
And so, cultural stagnation of any sort is bad. But, and in our modern racist world, and I mean one that the left is creating, they talk a lot about white, 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 and referring to humans, and not those that happen to have the last name of white.
Так точно.
I don't know, pink would probably be better, but as a color group.
Готов.
But there is a
Готов выдвигаться.
there's been purges of cultures in Europe,
Выходим.
and some definitely come to the understanding of a genocidal actions. And some of these, I would say, would readily be within the early modern period, if not the modern period as how you define them. And so there are people that have been
Выходим.
crushed militarily, but also culturally. And that to me is a very bad thing. And I have spent parts of my life, as in years,
Жду приказа.
don't talk about it much here, working for cultural preservation. This is why I'm a culturalist. And we'll give you some tanks to help that attack.
Жду приказа.
And so, yeah, but I, as even trying to work as a cultural preservationist, fully acknowledge, but also look at the history. Cultures are constantly adopting. Yeah, I'm still not paying attention to chat. If you guys are saying something super important, sorry. I do want to play while talking.
Жду приказа. Готов выдвигаться. Выходим.
If cultures are voluntarily adopting other elements into their way of life, and I would have to say, because there was, other than a fleet showing up outside of Japan, there was no forced, there really wasn't forced adoption of Western or modern ideas into Japan. It was really much more, oh shit, we thought we were an advanced country. Look at these flying saucers that just arrived off of our country. What the hell are these? What are these? What's going on? We are some sort of weird dark age people. And so, this is, post-American Civil War, modern ships with showing up, sort of forcing their way into Japan and going, yeah, your closed little world, you're being left behind. And yeah, there's the Tom Cruise movie, The Last Samurai, Yeah, a lot of BS in that, but also an interesting look at sort of the changing culture of Japan, but they very much themselves decide, oh shit, we've got to change. And to some degree, it was like, yeah, let's put on European clothes. Exactly European clothes. Not European cut clothes, because there are good reasons for stuff come from India. And yeah, I'm not paying attention to the chat, though I'll get back to that. And I don't want to stay too much on this, I'm sorry. The pajama, which is an Indian fashion design, coming into Britain, again via India, versus the 18th century style clothing that Britons, of course, were wearing in the 18th century with breeches and other stuff. But the pajama style, if you will, which we've, of course, adopted more fully in its traditional cut and look as nightwear, but pajama, those of you, maybe AZ's already saying some of this stuff, is, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is basically a Hindi or Hindi-based word for a particular, clothing type or style or whatever. I'm sure in detail I'm getting that wrong, but and not, it isn't some American or English word for night clothing. It's the something coming out of India, and the word is adopted sort of to that, yes, to night clothing, what you wear to sleep in. And there's certain simplicity to it. But I don't see photographs, and there are formal things, most of the photographs, but yeah, I gotta pull over here. Photographs of, say, Japanese of any status wearing Western cut clothing, but with Japanese cloth styles. They are completely aping European, because Americans were dressing as Europeans in a formal setting, European clothing. Whether that clothing was made in Europe and shipped over, maybe a bit was, but most of it was, I think, produced in Japan, but they were producing it to, the color, the style of the cloth in Japan to European specifics. There, again, and I may be wrong, but I don't remember seeing any, and I definitely not seen widespread usage of European cut clothing, again, with Japanese cloth styles. I have seen some European cloth cut to the Japanese styles, but only, to the best of my knowledge, one specific type and culture of cloth styles. That what you kimono would be oversimplifying it, but whether it sort of isn't necessarily in a very sort of formal version is a woman's dress, but kimono can sort of kind of be just sort of or outside robe or whatever. And again, my Japanese is a long time since I was really knowing. Oh, what the hell? No. I thought no, what the hell? Who am I clicked on here? Oh, here. Oh, just attack there, damn. Thought I selected some people, units over here. Oh, I don't know. Don't even know where I was with clicking units. The one type of European cloth that I have seen, common might be an overstatement, but somewhat used and photographed, is Scottish Highland tartan. the Japanese sort of liked that. That was sort of cool. And that was a not trying to ape or pretend to be Europeans, because it was often dressed that way while
Верно.
dressing in a Japanese fashion.
Готов выдвигаться.
And because it was colorful and similar in some ways to Japanese styles or sensibilities, maybe I should say, because it's definitely, they did not have the plaid or, tartan or whatever you want to call it. Weaving style in theirs naturally in their culture, but the colors was something that was within the Japanese sensibility and visual palette. And so they sort of like, oh, this is cool. Do it this way? Well, that looks cool. And so Japan does do some aping of, and if I were to use that for Africa right now, it would be taken very badly, but some aping of
Что приказано?
European culture for sure, but it isn't really imposed upon them. Now you get basically the opposite reaction. Yeah, they want to try to figure out how to make cannons and use cannons, but China really tries to go with a violent opposition to Europeanism, modernism. Maybe I should say modernism is the talk. And so you get part of it's the Boxer Rebellion, but part of it is also the Chinese Confucian governmental system. They very much get confronted, much more invaded and combat fought with, of course, than Japan does, but goes into the opposite direction of Japan and sort of reinforces their I don't know, support equipment, you think, or artillery and rifles. That's what we need. Okay, I think they're both 5 counts. Okay, so we're going to do rifles first, and then we'll do artillery next. And let's come over here. And yeah, I'm still ignoring chat, guys. Sorry. I want to get some of this played. Bringing industry back to the west of Russia as we take more terrain. Okay, you guys march over to here. Yes, we're starting to overstack or over.
Готов.
And so Japan adopting modernism, they don't, a lot of it comes off more, I would say, as a restructuring of government and economic forms before World War II, meaning they're getting rid of the feudal hierarchy, getting rid of the samurai, is sort of an enforcer of that feudal hierarchy. And definitely trying to get their technology.
Так точно.
You counter or you attack into there to stop them from coming in and occupying here.
Верно.
You delay that way. Okay, now we've taken that. So that's sort of how I see Japan going. Wrong and adopt, but does eventually in the modern world now is a modern country.
Брось.
While not being Western, I really don't see them as Western. Oh, good. Concentrated industry, that will help with production. And so, yeah, that's sort of what happens with Japan. Yeah, logistics company would be a little useful with dealing with some of our supply problems here. Okay, you push there and you push into there.
Готов выдвигаться.
You pushed in, come down to here.
Мирно.
Now, I don't know
Мирно.
just how old-fashioned I am, or how old-fashioned people see me.
Готов.
That is something I wonder about. And I definitely have old-fashioned ideas.
Я готов. Выходим. Жду приказа. Ройс. Так точно. Ройс.
Now let's move 3 down into there.
Готов выдвигаться. Я готов.
2 more into there.
Внимание.
Okay, now,
Слушаю.
why? Now, I do understand.
Жду приказа.
I guess it's just the supply problems that I'm having here over the supply limit. Why I can't. I'm hitting with all these units and they're just supplies? Is that why this one division is able to stand up all of these? And this general doesn't move in. You see, yeah, it's just the general didn't move in other divisions. I don't know.
Слушаю. Ройс. Я готов.
Okay, you guys come down this way. Maybe that will help some of the supply situations or just make it bad down here too.
Внимание.
Okay, you attack, and you support the attack. Yeah, I know there's 5 divisions there, but
Так точно.
push.
Внимание. Так точно. Жду приказа.
Okay, well, let's go
Выходим.
some of the better shaped divisions here.
Жду приказа. Ройс. Готов. Мирно. Жду приказа. Слушаю. Внимание! Внимание! Так точно. Ройс! Выходим!
I hope the chat's interesting. I'll scan it shortly, but... Well, we actually now have more. I don't know. We've been building submarines. Let's do some mine laying. Old ships. Just one. Not really much worth it, but okay.
Внимание! Смирно!
Okay, well, we've been able to push forces into a new supply region that are able to not be overly problematical at the moment.
Так точно! Готов выдвигаться!
Let's say we were to attack them from here and here. Button math until. So I'm hoping people are playing nice up there. If a moderator I'm seeing.
Готов! Брось!
Oh, good. You made it push to there. Very nice.
Готов! Так точно! Смирно! Внимание! Выходим!
I'm wanting to defeat them. I don't know why Germany hasn't collapsed yet. They've lost much of the Ruhr for production, all of Berlin and other areas.
Я готов! Так точно! Жду приказа! Внимание! Мирно!
There's an empty province. Let's go into it.
Готов?
No, let's
Выходим!
move to here.
Мирно!
You guys down here now. You to there.
Жду приказа! Готов выдвигаться! Внимание! Брось! Брось! Слушаю! Жду приказа! Готов выдвигаться!
Okay, what is... Yeah. Okay, hello, Wowzers. Sorry, I haven't been paying too much attention to Pape 123. Hello. Well, I hope everything's doing. You could shed some light on puppet versus annex. Just can't get my head around exactly the advantages and disadvantages. Okay, I can talk a little bit about some of that. Puppet gives you access to manpower and non. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Quickly on puppet versus manpower, or puppet versus annexation. Whether it's officially annexing or just sort of conquest and currently controlling. We have a province here. We can see resistance potential. Excuse me. So you need to occupy it. And if you've fully knocked them out of the war, but you are sitting on top of them, let me go over here, occupied territories, you can set up various territory or conditions here, and it will affect on your how much resources you get out of them versus how much I'm looking here, and they've got some new mechanics. So I don't know too much of the details. How much resources you get to pull out of them depending on your occupation styles. That's part of it. Now, if you puppet it, you've created a puppet that runs itself. You can request forces, and they will likely give you some or all of the forces. So it's how useful you think the puppet will be versus how useful you think directly occupying it will be. And I don't necessarily have the math right in front of me to say this or that, go this plan or that plan. But that's sort of how it comes in. I hope that's somewhat helpful. I know that's sort of not too detailed look at any of it, but yeah. No, what the... I mean, I know I'm going fast. I know I'm not really looking at it, but I do something like this, and then, or wherever it was, and say go here or here. I select these guys. I just get frustrated with this. That's an element of it, but it's also an element of occupation, because we can see here with some of the different statuses, and we can also look over here, potentially that factories can be damaged by let's move these to the top because they'll go fairly quick, can be damaged by partisans. So if you have an occupied territory, you need to occupy it with your troops. So that takes up resources to occupy them as well. So that's part of it. Oh good, we got a nice little pocket here. Let's see about crushing it. Because they think they should be independent, the Baltic states, for some crazy reason that they want prosperity and freedom. the limited minds of the Baltic states people. They don't see that being part of the new man, of this, the new Soviet man, is much better than continuing to be just a limited nationalist.
Внимание!
Is there like a no bunkers? Oh, I don't.
Так. Готов? Готов. Внимание! Выходим!
Is anybody else still surprised that Germany still hasn't just surrendered?
Мирно!
Or is it just me and I'm not used to playing against the Germans and they normally do this? I don't know.
Жду приказа. Слушаю.
Oh good, we found
Так
a...
точно. Жду приказа. Внимание! Готов! Готов выдвигаться!
open spot. Let's go for this.
Готов выдвигаться! Выходим!
So the AI moves it by
Внимание!
strategic redeployment, which means that when they get there they are unorganized and can't fight, instead of taking a little bit longer and moving it via just walking the unit there. And might get there a little too late, but it gets there in a better organized thing. Well, yes.
Ройс! Готов!
Come on. You can do this thing, and when one of these divisions run out, stick in another one. You've got more divisions.
Так точно! Я готов! Готов? Мирно! Выходим! Ройс! Я готов! Выходим! Готов?
Oh, we have a nice little opening here for 9 panzer divisions to go into.
Слушаю!
See, I'm being a good boy. I'm playing the game and not spending too much. I'm supposed to talk while playing, but not spending too much time just talking about this. I hope all the viewers, now or later, are appreciative of me trying to end this. I really wasn't just stalling for time. Just having fun chatting with you guys, but you're right, we need to get going with this. Infrastructure bombing, which I really don't want to do. Let's see what's the next one. Okay, yeah, here, skirmish sets. Nice, we'll do that.
Так точно! Слушаю! Так точно! Выходим! 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 Жду приказа.
No, one of you come down this way.
Ройс! Готов выдвигаться. готов. Слушаю.
Oh, come on, you're letting him just walk out.
Выходим. Внимание. Так точно. Так точно. Готов. Ройс. Выходим.
There we go, you attack. Guess into there.
Ройс. Выходим. Смирно. Я готов. Так точно. Выходим.
Okay, well, let's give this another shot here, shall we?
Внимание.
Just support them, don't go there, but yeah. Well, you yeah, like as Ari's saying, is
Я готов.
I'm only really sort of now at this point assigning research just because, yeah, why not?
Смирно. Внимание. Так точно. Жду приказа. Я готов. Смирно.
Good, that will help production. And we're still having production problems. Now come to here, then to there.
Смирно. Готов выдвигаться. Я готов. Ройс.
So they're moving in such a way as to... No, they're gonna go that way. Come down this way.
Выходим. Ройс. Идем. Так точно.
Gamer told me to change my name. I did like he asked. Okay, I very well may have said to change names, especially people who are using different names on different platforms, but okay, still don't know who you are though, now that you've done that.
Ройс.
Losses, lots of losses, I'm sure. Okay, current wars, yes. Okay, Soviets, 3,800,000. Germans to the Soviets, 4 million. Hey, we're still killing them a little more than they're killing us. Military police. Okay, let's... yeah, maintenance companies might as well. Oh, we have more. Okay. Do we even bother about more aircraft? Renew aircraft? Yeah. I know it's a little ahead, but we'll go with that.
Я готов. Так точно. Готов подвигаться. Так точно. Так точно. Готов? Готов подвигаться.
Hey, drive down out of those mountains. Fast, fast, fast.
Мирно. Готов подвигаться. Так точно. Так точно. Внимание! Так точно. Брось!
Now don't stop until you're achieved all of your goals. Don't let me come back and go, hey, why is that not still taken yet?
Внимание! Готов выдвигаться. Выходим! Выходим! Выходим!
Why haven't you taken that? I know it's fortified, but why haven't you taken that yet? Why haven't you taken that yet? I don't know what the Yak 3 was. I'm not an expert on Soviet aircraft at all. They flew things. I've heard of MiGs. Aleutians, Stormovik, that type of stuff. I've heard of them.
До приказа.
Beyond that, I'm starting to get pretty
Слушаю.
limited on my knowledge of.
До приказа. До приказа. Брось! Выходим! Выходим! Брось!
Like, why is Romania still in the war? We've taken their capital, Bucharest. Taken a good chunk of their country. Why are they still fighting? Maybe there's a different pocket. I don't. Fight until you get it.
Выходим! Готов подвигаться. До приказа. Выходим! Так точно. Я готов. Внимание! Так точно. Выходим! Выходим!
Well, good. I just don't know about it. Okay. Gregory Bear shot down. Okay. Well, war support's down a little bit, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. We're worried about
Брось! Готов
taking their capital than
Выходим!
defending ours.
Брось! Готов.
Okay, well good, you broke into there finally.
Выходим! Мирно! Готов! Выходим! Я готов! Ройс! Готов выдвигаться. Выходим! Готов выдвигаться. Выходим! Так точно! Жду приказа. Выходим! Выходим! Я готов. Так точно. Выходим! Выходим!
Okay, well, more production. Well, what do we need most desperately? Rifles? Maybe, yeah, rifles, artillery, anti-tank. Oh, we're not facing a whole lot of tanks, so some, sure. More rifles.
Слушаю. Мирно. Ройс!
Okay, you've made it to the front. You can now hopefully, no, click there,
Выходим!
click there.
Так точно. Выходим! Готов выдвигаться. Я готов. Готов выдвигаться. Внимание! Так точно.
Allies beat me to Budapest? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We're pushing, but
Слушаю. Я готов. Выходим! Мирно.
no, you won't let me in there. Okay.
Готов. Так точно. Готов. Мирно. Выходим!
Oh, come on, people. Just take these damn places.
Внимание! Слушаю. Внимание! Слушаю. Выходим.
retake their new capital.
Ройсь! До приказа!
You might think so, but Romania hasn't capitulated yet, so...
Я готов. Ройсь! Выходим! Готов. Ройсь! Ройсь! Слушаю.
You might think war score would be something that these guys would sort of like
Смирно!
go, oh, maybe we should quit, but no, apparently not.
Выходим!
There we go. Well,
Так точно.
you go there, you come to here, and then down to there.
Так точно.
No, you just come down to here.
Готов
You
выдвигаться.
guys go to there. You come to here.
Я готов.
And you guys attack that division. But no, that division will be able to stand you off, I'm sure.
Я готов. Так точно.
Well, somehow they've held out, and I've been vigorously trying to conquer them.
Внимание! Я готов.
Well, the Reich lives. I don't know how or why. Oh boy, well, I think we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank you all for watching, liking, sharing so much if you share it, commenting. And what has the chat been saying? Yeah, I know, Ari. We've taken the Coolidge, or however you pronounce that city here, there. Clue. Okay, gotta go. CA's ads. And see, yeah, I would have thought go through Bulgaria. Yeah, well, I'm trying to. Well, there's an open spot there, but we're trying to. Now that they're can't go into the Poland. Oh boy, yeah. Well, I think we're going to end this today. I didn't think Barry told me it was going to be over in an hour or two. And yeah, I may have stalled it by an hour for talking, but still, I'm surprised that Italy's still in the war to the best of my knowledge. What, they hold 2 provinces, or well, 5 provinces in Italy itself. Now, of course, maybe Mussolini's escaped to Ethiopia and is living down there, but really, as for military access, well, that might be an idea. We'll see about that. Remind me next episode. Yeah, but is it still in the game? Well, I thought they're still fighting here. Unless that's German units stuck down there, that could be. But why? But no, here's their capital. They're still in the game. There's the capital of Italy in Cairo. Well, why is there a capital here then if they've capitulated? Airy. They can fight on. Well, but that would be the Italian Social Republic. At least that's what should happen. It shouldn't be this flag. It should be the green, white, red with the sort of fascist eagle there. So yeah, I don't know what's going on. And really, I think it's just goofy. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to be playing War Thunder tomorrow. Hope you guys want to join me. There is the World War coming up. It's going to be set in the modern era. They've announced in somewhat detail the Fulda Gaps battle, and then they've also talked about Arab-Israeli conflicts. You don't need modern vehicles entirely to... there may be some, like we've seen before, some minimum requirement, but they'll let you use fully spaded up some basic vehicles for it, so I don't know if you want to train up for that or just play other stuff. We'll see about that. France dies their cap. Okay, yeah, okay, but I get that, but when France dies, their capital doesn't go to some, at least in my understanding, it shouldn't go to some, say, Cairo or to a former Japanese territory. If we were talking Libya, maybe, but yeah, to Egypt, yeah, no, yeah, that's just goofy. That's just goofy. Yeah, just HOI being HOI, but it's goofy. Thanks all. Okay, let's click over here, and then I'm going to end the stream. So thanks all. Thanks for